Hey everybody, what's going on? I saw someone said that the Discord link wasn't working in chat, or in the description. I updated it. But also, I don't know why the bot command didn't work. I set that up today. That's weird, bro. Let me turn this music down real quick. Alrighty. Sorry, my girlfriend, she does art commissions, and she sent me a picture of what she's doing, and it's a dog with you know what, it would just be easier to show you guys. I'm gonna show it to you guys. I hope that she doesn't get upset. I'm gonna post it. Wait, how should I do this? Dude, it's so cool though. And it's so good. It's a German Shepherd with clothing, but like fancy old-timey clothing. I can't get over it. It's so cool. Let me find this real quick. Download. Don't want it in that folder. Save. Hold up. I almost got it. Where is it? There it is. Look at this. Isn't that the coolest thing? I love that. It's got like a little smirk too. Ah! Okay. Anyways. Should we work on a new montage? Or I saw some people asking like, how did I make, like in the tutorial or in the new montage that I made? I saw some people asking like, oh, can you like make a tutorial on that? On like a transition? Hold on. I'm bringing that up right now. I can't play the music on it. Ah, okay, no, we're good. An ad is playing. Apex montage? Ooh, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That's me asking about the. Oh yeah, the buying text. Crack, if you're here, I'll show you how I made it, cause it's really easy. Yeah, why don't we do that real quick? I'll show you how I made that. I'm just gonna bring up something random. Oh, don't change. Hold on. Let me create a new timeline here. 30 FPS, and then we'll drop this in here. I'm gonna delete all the audio because we don't need any of that. Then we need our bind overview. Okay. I'm gonna make this a new Fusion clip. And yeah. So I'm just gonna jump right into Fusion. Going to select a text node here. And I think I used impact. Connect that to the back of this. And then I type in bind. So you should have something like this. And then the characters, just gonna put B. And then I did this. Scale this up. We'll scale this up. Oh, they gotta be the same size. Control C, B. Make this 1. Bring it down. Okay, now we have to space these the characters apart. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna make them red real quick. Okay, and now we space them apart. You can use those arrows to just kind of eyeball it. You'll get, oh, I want to switch these around. You'll get something pretty close. Or what you could do is if you go to layout, you have your X center. So if we're at 0.5 being in the middle and I want on each side, I think it would be 0.25 and then 0.75 should be spaced out. Now we're like, it's evenly spaced apart. And then add some text or add a transform node. Nope, that's not a transform. This is the transform. So we have this. Add 1 keyframe at the beginning. This is at 5 seconds, so I'm only gonna do half of it, and then just bring it up a little bit. So now while we're zooming in, or while we're getting pushed in, we have the text expanding a little bit. You can see. And then we got to do the same thing for the bind text. So a size keyframe instead of a transform. And then just bring the text size up a little bit too. And this will give, because they're moving at different speeds, this will give you kind of the illusion of depth. They're actually staying relatively the same size throughout all this. So I'm going to bump this up a little bit more. There you go. The text up close moves a little bit further or a little bit faster. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then when, so you have this, right? And now what we need to do is cut it into the other clips. So I'm gonna space this out. And I think I did like first, I think it was like 3 frames on, whoop. Why are we not moving? Oh, that still doesn't explain why we're not moving, but 2, 3, yeah, something like that. And then spaced out to whatever the beat of the song is. And instead of, oh wait, maybe I should move it over. Because this is moving, I think I moved it over. Instead of trimming it down, because we have the keyframes, I moved it over. And then same thing, moved like, cut out like 3 frames, 2 frames, whatever it was. Just so you kind of get that flashiness. Boom. Oh. There. So your timeline should look something like that. Oh, and the other thing, because I think in the video itself, these first 2, the text was white. So all I did was just put it over a merge node. And then I think I put a background node like that. Or what you could do, I think, take, there. You go like that. So you take your merge node, you drop it in, and then you just take the text, put it over it. There you go. Oh, and then, oh my God, I keep forgetting that, like, okay, so that's like the basicness of it, but I forgot that this text had some glow to it. So I think what I did was a soft glow. That's like my go-to glow for brought it up like that. And then I took the output and then connected it to the mask arrow and then inverted the mask. I think I might have done that, but I'm not sure. I don't think I did actually, now that I'm looking at it. Something like that. Although, why is this not... The glow is being cut off by this text. Is it because... I think it is. It's because this is being masked out. I guess what we could do is... No. Interesting. Maybe it's clipping, that's why the brightness. And that could have been happening in the original video too. Let me just double check. Sorry, I haven't looked at chat for a little bit. Oh yeah, the glow. Wanderer, what's up, man? Yeah, Crack. It's a really simple effect, and yeah, the results are pretty cool. Hold on, let me put a glow node on this. That over. Nope, don't want anything in the second viewer window. Soft glow. Boom, bump that up. There you go. You're gonna download Davinci Resolve. Amazing, man. You love to see it. What did you recommend again for dark, gloomy color grading? Oh, I can show you that in a second. Let me just catch up on chat. Classy, do I remember you? Of course, man. Reverse deadshot, text to mask. Yep, I'm the one asking for rotoscope. Okay, I can show you that in a second. Yeah, let's delete all this real quick and let's do that color grade. I just want to bring in the original video real quick so I can kind of use it as reference. That dark and gloomy color grade. Okay. So I'm gonna jump into the color tab, and we're gonna create a. Let me hold on. I'm moving a little fast here. We're gonna right-click this first node, add serial. But then we're gonna add 3 more, and instead of adding a serial, we're gonna add parallel. And this is because you'll have a little bit more consistency. It's a very minor difference than adding in serial, but basically it blends these 3 nodes together instead of adding one on top of each other. So like theoretically you could do everything in one node, but it makes things difficult. Like then you have to go into the node and mess around with different settings. Part of the reason why nodes are so nice is that you can break them up like this, but regardless. So this first node, I'm gonna right click, where is it? Rename node. Why can't I name it? Am I missing this here? Hit F2? Like node label, Jesus. Okay, so this is gonna be contrast. Right click, node label, this is gonna be color grade. Right click, node label, this is going to be glow. Right click, label, this is going to be right click, label, vignette. I'm just gonna type in vin. Okay. So we're gonna start with the contrast. To do that, hold on 1 second, I just got a text. Do we need any plugins for this? Nope. Everything I don't have any plugins, so we can make everything without plugins. I do have the studio version of Davinci Resolve, but you don't need the studio version in order to do this at all. So we're starting off with the first node. It's contrast. This is going to be our black levels and our white levels. So I like starting off with a curve. It's a simple S-curve if you're familiar with like photo editing. We make 3 points, one at the bottom, one in the middle, one at the top. We just kind of bring down the bottom and bring up the top, and we can adjust the middle. The top is all of your highlights. The bottom is all your shadows, and the middle is everything in between. It's a simple way to remember it. But basically what we're doing is just boosting up those shadows, kind of fixing the light and making sure everything, all those midtones look correct. You can left click or click the lower left hand corner of the node to turn it off, or you can hit Control D to turn off the node. So right now we've only really done like a saturation boost, which is something that happens when you do a S-curve. And that's okay. We just need to bring down the shadows a little bit. We can kind of fix the saturation by moving the mid over to the left a little bit. You see, now we still have like the same saturation levels, but things are like the contrast is boosted now. So now what I like to do is go over to the lift and bump that up. Your lift is all of the shadows, those dark parts in your image. Something like this. And I'm constantly turning it on and off, double checking everything. Your gain, that is all the bright levels. So that's the next thing that I like to do. And then your gamma is your midpoints. And I'm just using this wheel at the bottom to adjust everything. This wheel up here adds color, and we don't want to add color just yet. So again, just double checking everything. And it's also really helpful to take breaks, because your eyes can kind of adjust to this image, and then it can feel like you're not making any progress. But yeah, so just kind of get something like that. I can already tell that the saturation has bumped up a little bit. Yeah, we just have, it's a little bit more vibrant down here. And I don't like that. So the other thing I like to do is bring down the saturation almost a little too much, and then bump up the color boost. And this kind of brings it back to that natural looking level. Not too bad. So the next thing I like to do is add the glow. If you go over to effects and you scroll down, you will find glow. You can just drag and drop that onto the node. This will happen if you have the skyline showing. It'll just blow out the image. So what you can do is adjust the shine threshold. Obviously lower threshold, the more area it's going to affect. So we're going to bump that up a little bit, just like this, because if we turn this off, this is a really bright part of the image, so that should be affecting the rest of it. I guess maybe it shouldn't, but I want it to. So we can bump up the gamma, the gain, or lower the gain rather. And I'm also going to kind of finesse the shine threshold a little bit to get something that I want. Having the skyline completely blown out isn't necessarily bad, because if you've ever taken a picture outside, you can't expose the camera properly on a bright sunny day to have the sky and whatever the image, whatever the subject is. So it's kind of like you choose whether you're gonna have the sky or you're gonna have your subject. So I don't mind this look right here. But the next thing I like to do is sometimes I'll change the color filter. So instead of just white, I'll go with like a red, and then maybe desaturate it some. Usually something like that. But you'll notice we kind of have those, the mountains had kind of came back from that. See, we don't have mountains, and then now we have the mountains. So that's one of the reasons why I like changing the color. Sniper Gamer, welcome. So yeah, we got that. Now we got to add the vignette. There is a vignette effect. I don't know if that's in the, it is in the free version, the vignette. I don't do that. I just bring down the offset. That is your overall brightness. So I just bring that down pretty much all the way. And then I'll add a window, or I'll go over to window and I'll add a ellipse node. And here we can bring this out, get it the way we want it to look. Something like this. But the problem is our vignette is reversed. So we just have to invert it by checking this button right here. And then I bring up the softness. So now I'll just like finesse the lift and the gamma, because right now, like the lift areas, those are just blown out. So just adjusting the lift and the gain, the gamma, until I get something that I like. Bumping up that softness also helps. Wanderer, I swear masking the hard way using polygon is so time consuming. Yes, it is. It's very time consuming if it's a complicated image, but there is a free way to rotoscope things without paying for, or a free way to use AI rotoscoping without paying for Davinci Resolve. There's a website called Runway ML. I have a tutorial on it, but I can show you after this. So, oh, this mask. I don't like the outline, so I just turn it off. And now we can double check. We don't want something crazy. I mean, this is a little much. I'll just bump up the offset so it's kind of subtle. Maybe I'll adjust this glow node again. Ah! That's a lot. Maybe this is too red. Maybe we gotta bring down. Here we go. Just finessing things. Anytime you adjust something, you usually have to go back and adjust other settings. That's just the nature of color grading. I don't know if I like the red or not. We'll see. I'm gonna leave it for now, but I might adjust it later. Noroki? Hello, welcome. So now this is the actual color grade part. We have our color grade node, and I kind of try to balance out the levels, because if we highlight everything and we hit Control D, turn it off, I feel like this map has a lot of warmth to it. Oh, adjusting something. Add node, add serial. So if we bring up or make the temperature a little bit cooler, I feel like this looks a little bit more natural. So with the color grade, I try to add a lot of blue to kind of compensate for that. Maybe i5 is just me, but it already looks fire. Or maybe it's just me, but it already looks fire. Just wait, man. So, I always start with the offset, and the way I got this like gloomy look is I pushed in a lot of teal here, but almost green. Like, you know, teal is in between blue and green, but I leaned a little bit more on the green side of things, because that's where you get that like gloomy look. But now we got to balance this out. Okay, so in our gamma, we are going to push in the opposite direction. You'll notice these, like the stone here is starting to come back. Really like teal color, I guess. but now when we push the gamma in, it's starting to return back to like that reddish color it had beforehand. So that's sort of like what I look at. Just what's being affected by it, and then try and balance that color out. Something like that. And again, we're going to turn the node on and off again a bunch. It's looking pretty good. So now it kind of depends. I usually like starting with the lift, and lift is shadows, and shadows have a bit of a blue color to it. But when you push in a lot of teal or green like this has a little bit too much blue to it. So with the lift, I compensate for that by pushing in a little bit more red. Something like that. You could also use these numbers down here to really dial it in. So we got before, after. Oh God. Before, after. Oh wait. Before, after, before, after. And like this area down here, it went from being blue to now red. You know, it's starting to balance itself out. And then gain, because we pushed in a lot of red, we'll push in a little bit of blue. And that's what the end result should look like. So this is before, and then this is after. Ba-bam. Tim, hello, really like your tutorials. How are you? I'm great. It's Noroki? Did I pronounce that right? I'm glad the tutorials help you, man. Oh, someone wanted to see how to rotoscope things. I'm gonna reset this. Put that over here. We don't need that actually. Oh, you know what we could do? Hold on. I think I have a rerun. No, I don't. Seeing you so calm is surprising, but also very relaxing. This is really helpful. I know. Listen. I told this one time, but I like the screaming thing came from doing a tutorial on TikTok where I was filming a tutorial. It was like this. Like I'm a very calm person normally, but I was drinking coffee, right? And the caffeine started kicking in, so I'm talking a little bit faster, and then a little bit faster, a little bit faster, and a little bit faster. And then at one point, I was just yelling, and I caught myself doing that. I'm like, hold on, what am I doing? Why am I screaming at them? And I was like, I'm into this too far. I can't re-record the tutorial. I just got to edit it together, put it out there. If people don't like it, who cares? That was an early video, and it got like 200,000 views on it. I was like, okay, well, I think I'm going to be screaming from here on out. And that's where the origin of screaming in all of my tutorials has come from. But also, like, I get a lot of comments where people are like, this is so much better than when people explain things and it's just very dry. So, you know, the highs and the lows. How am I so calm while streaming? Just made an ammo counter with an outline that faded from green to yellow to red, depending on how much ammo the gun has. That's pretty cool. That is really cool, man. I love that. It's those minor details that really sell effects. Okay, so let's see. We need to. I don't want to use this as an example. I'm going to show you guys how you can rotoscope things without the paid version of Davinci Resolve using AI technology. Okay, because that's what Magic Mask is. It's taking advantage of, well, I think it depends on your GPU, but I think it takes advantage of oh man. velocity and the time remap graph. Can you please help? Midori? Yeah, man. Let me show you how to do this first. Just want to make sure this is what we want. Oop, let me put it out here. Okay. I'm just gonna pre-render this real quick because I record my videos in 120 FPS. So if I were to put 120 FPS video in Runway, then it's not gonna be happy with me. So I just have a 30 FPS video right now. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up Runway. Create new project. Okay, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So we got to create a new project. Green screen. And then I'm going to drop this onto the timeline. Set your threshold in OBS. We still hear you shouting, but the volume isn't burning eardrums. No, I'm not going to do that, man. That's part of the charm. Thank you for the sub. I don't know how to pronounce that, man, but thank you. Okay, so all we have to do is create a couple dots here. Runway's doing its thing. So obviously all the green areas is what it rotoed. You can see it didn't really roto the Phantom, and I think that's because the color of the Phantom is pretty similar to the color of the tube here. So it's having a little bit of a tough time here. What we could have done is messed with the color grading before putting it in Runway so that it stood out a little bit better. But yeah, that's basically it. We can preview, and that was really good. So I'm gonna hit done masking, and we get another little preview here. It'll show us with the green screen, which is great. We can use this. Now, if you go to export, you'll see that you have to upgrade to 1080p, which, I mean, it makes sense, but it also doesn't. So we're just going to use the regular 720p video because we can upgrade this in Davinci to 1080p. So I'm going to switch back here. Video is exporting. It'll send me a little notification in a minute. And then I can download it. And by the way, I have a tutorial on how to roto things in the free version. Taking a little bit. It's only at 1%. Jeez. How to roto things in the free version of Davinci Resolve. So you can either rewatch this stream or you can check out that video. But it's really simple. It's just a little time consuming, which is why I upgraded to the studio version of Davinci. Okay. Done exporting. Downloading it right now. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put it into... Where did it go, man? There it is. Okay. Wait, why is this different? Oh. Okay. There you go. You deserve way more subs. Oh, thanks, man. You know, one day we'll get there. slowly but surely. Okay, so we need to upgrade this from 720p to 1080p. I don't know if you can tell. I hope that YouTube isn't destroying the quality here, but there's the 720p and there's the 1080p. Like, you can really see in like Yoru's eyes the difference here. It's like way sharper here. It's really soft here. This is not good. Yeah, my PC specs are in the description, but I have a Ryzen 7 3060 Ti and 32 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, so before we upgrade this, what we need to do is make a copy of our original video, because we'll need that later. We want a 1080p version of this right here. So let's highlight both, right click, new Fusion clip, go into Fusion. Now, this, if we bring this media into the second viewer window, that is our green screen video. We don't want it there. We want that underneath. We want the 1080p version to be on the foreground element, because the foreground is what sits on top. Fecal. Hello. Use the free version? No, I use the studio version, but this is a free version tutorial. You want yours eyebrows? I know, they're flawless, man. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Anyways, so media into, that's our green screen. I'm gonna just hit F2 to rename it green screen. We got to remove the green, so shift space, bring up the select tool page and type in delta keyer. Oh, couldn't see that. Now we got to take this eyedropper and we bring that onto the green, and it looked like nothing happened because I don't have the delta keyer in the second viewer window. So while that's selected, our delta keyer node, I'm gonna hit 1 on the keyboard. Boom, the green is gone. I'll do that one more time. We take that eyedropper, put it over the green, boom, it's gone. So with that in mind, we can use this as a matte. A matte is a black and white image. If we change the color here to alpha, you can see it's a black and white image. Now, speaking of that, making this a black and white image, there's a little bit of gray here, okay? So we can fix that by going to matte and then adjusting our threshold. So the low part of the threshold will make those gray parts darker, and the top part will make them lighter. So I'm just gonna bring it down so they're a little bit lighter. Anything that's gray will be transparent, which is why we want it like this. And now if we watch the video back, this should all be one solid color, and it is. Okay. Now we can actually use it as a matte. So we're just gonna take the output of this delta keyer and connect it to the mask, the blue arrow of our merge, and there you go, 1080p. Let me go here, and we're gonna zoom in here as a side by side. Left side, that is 720 right here, 1080 here. 720, 1080, 720, 1080, 720, 1080. You can kind of see there's a little bit of like a feather around this. So one other thing that we could do is in our delta keyer, we could bring down that erode. You see that feather is starting to go away. We could also bump up the blur a little bit. We wanted like maybe some light wrap, and that should be good. So now we have a 1080p Yoru masked out. I know it's masked out because look, there we go. Bro, do you do video editing for a living? Sort of. I make YouTube videos. I've edited for people in the past. I don't really like doing commission work though, because, you know, I post montages and people want montages. The reason why is I don't like making montages for other people is because it requires so much creativity on like my part. And if I'm going to put that much creativity into a video, I might as well do it for my own videos. Dang, your stream is some nice ASMR. Okay, hold on. We got this 1080p version of Yoru right now, all rotoscoped. If we want to do something with this, it's probably best for our PC to run a little bit better if we pre-render this. So just right click, render in place. Ew. Okay, so now that this is all rendered out, oh, you know what? I forgot. I made an oopsies. Did you see what happened right there? The background was black, meaning we don't have a transparent background anymore. And that's because there's a certain way you have to render this out. So I'm gonna Control Z. If you render in place, you need to change your format to QuickTime. It should be that by default, but you got to change your codec from DNxHD to DNxHR, and then render it out. So now, turn this back on. Look at that. Everything is working accordingly. So we're gonna highlight both clips, right click, Fusion, new Fusion clip. And, oh, hold on. You can see that. Highlight both, right click, new Fusion clip. And then we're gonna jump into Fusion. So remember, the green arrow is our foreground element. I don't know why Davinci Resolve puts the foreground element underneath the background element. That just doesn't make sense to me. It should be like this, but it's whatever. I think it's because a lot of people, when like they start making like crazy node trees, it's usually not left to right. It's usually like top down is how they like to work. Great ASMR until he screams. Exactly. Is there any way you can link for every site that you use for editing? I mean, I just use Davinci Resolve. I suppose this is using Runway ML. But in the video that I made about rotoscoping, I think the link is there. But you could easily Google Runway ML. Can I react to what? Oh, speaking of that, I think I am going to do a montage reacts. Maybe not this week because I have to set it up. But if you're not a part of the Discord, there is a link in the description to join. I'll ask for you guys' montages and you can submit it if you want. And then we'll do a stream of reacting to montages. Is 16 gigabytes of RAM enough for Davinci? I believe so. I think you need an i7 or a Ryzen 7, 2 gigabytes of VRAM, and then at least 2 gigabytes of VRAM for your GPU, and then 16 gigabytes of RAM, I think, as the minimum. Hold on. What was I talking about? Oh, we rotoscoped Yoru, right? Hit media into. We have media into selected. If you hit 1 on your keyboard, there he is. He's all rotoed out. So now what we could do is something silly like put a color corrector node in, push in whatever color we want, and now Yoru's all rotoed out. The rotoscope on this isn't the best, but that's because I, didn't put a whole lot of time into it for this little tutorial. You obviously spend more time on it. But like, if you're going to do something like this where you have a different colored background, obviously take your time to make sure this is a good roto. But if you were going to do something like add blur to the background, what we could do is take this blur node right here, drop it in. I usually like using box blur, but you bring up that box blur size. That in motion, that's good enough, especially once you add like motion blur. In order to add motion blur, it's vector motion blur plus, or optical flow plus vector motion blur. Probably don't want that in the second viewer window. But that's why I like adding a lot of blur. If you add blur or motion blur to your videos, it hides pretty much every imperfection. So yeah, pro tip. Hold on, let's see what this looks like with red. Probably won't hide it all that well, but we'll see. Okay, I'm working with 32 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, you pretty much need 32 gigabytes now as like a standard. That's what I have. Everything now requires at bare minimum 16 gigabytes. Almost every software requires 16 gigabytes of RAM. And if you want to do like anything else while you're using that software, like listen to music or whatever, you're just gonna like 32 gigabytes more. But even then, 32 gigs is becoming like the standard, so you kind of need 64. So if you're building a PC, I would definitely recommend 32 gigs. You editing from a PC or a laptop? PC. Did you see the clip I messaged you? No, I don't look at any of the DMs unless I'm friends with the person. It's nothing against you, man. It's just my policy. That's all. Crack, you're back. Welcome. I felt like someone wanted to. There was something else that someone wanted to see, and I forgot what it was. You want more RAM for Christmas? Okay. Yeah, let's just delete this. We don't need that. We don't need this. Don't need that. Oh, we want the timeline. We don't want anything else. Yep, don't want you. Joe, this is gold. Thanks, man. Don't need a PC upgrade. Got no money for that, but I can dream, right? Yeah, but you know how to edit, and there are tons of people out there that want edits. So you could easily get the money. Is it worth upgrading to studio? Absolutely, man. Man, I just deleted all of that stuff. Here, let me show you why it's absolutely worth it. Go into Fusion. So we just have Yoru, right? Just Yoru hanging out here. I know I just rotoscoped him, showed you how to do it for free, right? We used Runway ML, then we exported it in 720p, then in Davinci we upgraded it to 1080p. We had to pre-render it and whatnot. Okay, that's a lot to do, and I don't know how long that took, but it took some time. If you have the paid version of DaVinci Resolve, DaVinci Studio, what you could do is add a node called Magic Mask. I'm going to bring that into the second viewer window here. And guess what? You can easily mask things. Why did it only do one line? I think I moved a little quick there. And there you go. There's also the option for faster and better. And you just get way more control. The workflow is way faster. The quality of this is also way better. And there's like, if you do a lot of effects stuff, Magic Mask is 100% worth it. If you do just a lot of like big projects, right? And you find your computer lagging a lot. The studio version runs a lot better. Yeah, so now I like just with that, I have Yoru already cut out, and you can go over to matte and you can finesse this even more. So like, you know, maybe we don't like this little bit of an edge right here. You could theoretically go into the tracker and use the subtract, right? That you could do that, but why? Why would you do that? What you could do is adjust the threshold, and there you go. Now we don't have to track in that mask that we just made. We're just adjusting the threshold, and it just, you know, gently finesses things, and it doesn't hurt the rest of the mask. Sorry, I'm just reading chat, trying to catch up here. You got RAM coming for Christmas? Bro, I need to find your tons of people. I don't know where to find clients. I see someone said Fiverr. You could set up a Fiverr. Twitter is a great place. The biggest thing is setting up a portfolio for yourself, right? This is just kind of something that I've accidentally stumbled across, right? Because I like making montages, and I post them. I've built up a following, and then people just randomly message me, hey, can you make me a montage? Sure, I'll make you one. And then there was one time on Twitter where I have significantly less followers where I was just like, hey, I'm looking to do some more work, message me. My DMs got flooded with messages. So, you know, the best thing to do is start building a little community for yourself. Make a TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and just post your videos there. Treat it like a portfolio for yourself. Why no After Effects Roto Brush? Because we're using Davinci. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Pros of After Effects versus Davinci Resolve. I don't fuck with After Effects, so yeah, like I can't give you a really good After Effects versus DaVinci Resolve. Right? Isn't the magic mask amazing? Set up your page, put a few clips of videos on, and wait for your orders. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Deadshot. Warman, thank you for the sub, bro. It's the alpha. You just wrote it to show us. Which doesn't do that. Oh, it doesn't. How do I convince my parents to get studio? Show them you're serious about editing. Like I was just saying, if you build up like a presence for yourself, you could easily get commission work. I'm too lazy to switch to change my workflow. Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, if you already know how to use Premiere and After Effects, there's no point in switching to DaVinci outside of the fact that maybe you want to save some money by not paying the subscription for Adobe services. But like, you know, a lot of people have the cracked version, so that might not be an issue for you. So let me press work. Gotta make something you would want yourself. Put yourself out there. I love how I say this, but then I don't do it myself. And practice what you preach. What else do you guys want to see? Oh, you know what? There's another cool little thing that we can do. I know I've just been like showing off all the features of the studio version, but this is, I think, one of the better features. Like Magic Mask is something that you'll use a lot, but something that's really neat, it's called Depth Map. Hold on, let me put this up here. Depth Map. Where did that go? Why didn't it get added? So Depth Map does kind of what it sounds like. It finds depth within your image, and it's really useful for color grading, but you can also use it for creating other effects. Look at that. I didn't even do anything. It's pretty much created a matte of Yoru. I used Premiere for a long time and Davinci is way better in performance/features. Oh, that's great to hear. We started using Davinci and I love it so far. Nice. You love to see that. Yeah, the node-based workflow, from what I've seen, a lot of people prefer nodes. Like, layers are way more intuitive. It comes naturally to people. I don't know why. Maybe it's because like most people start off with like a mobile app and that just makes sense. But nodes are way better once you start doing like more complicated things. Especially because you can like, hold on. Planar tracker, right? Let's say we track Yoru real quick. I'm gonna track him real quick. Okay, we have that. Our tracking data is in the planar tracker, but if I wanted to apply this tracking data to something else, what I could do is hit create planar transform, and now I have all the tracking data in this separate node. The other thing is like this, the tracker here, like if I had another effect, for whatever reason, let's say I put in this color node, and then I switch this to corner pin. Now I got the color over here. Yeah. Okay. So everything is happening within this planar transform. And that's neat, but like what if there's something that goes wrong? Like what if I wanted to delete like this tracking point right here? Well, then I have to go to corner pin, go back to track, and then I delete it. All right. But I could set up the same thing like this. I add a merge node. I have my background node. And then we're going to add a corner positioner node. We connect it like this. There we go. Now we have everything, and we want to get rid of this same track. Well, I know my tracking node's right here. Instead of having to open this up, switch a setting to go to the setting, I can just delete that tracking node right there, or tracking point right there. So that's why I like nodes. Like you can just easily see everything you're working with. Hey, I started my first Valorant montage. Congrats, but the problem is all of my recordings in 4:3. Okay, the montage isn't ended, and I wanted to ask, what do you think? The quality will crash? I don't know, man. Look, here's the thing. If you're gonna post it onto like YouTube, right? And someone's going to view it on their monitor, that might not be the best quality, but it's better than 720p, and it's still watchable 720p. It's not bad. If you're going to be posting this as a short form piece of content where it's like a TikTok or something, your video size is going to go from this right here to this. So having like a 720p, in your case 960p, you're not going to be able to tell the difference at this size right here. Oh, go for it. Is there an effects library / sound effects stock footage in studio version? So we have effects. Well, okay, actually, hold on. Effects is kind of misleading because, hold on, why did I do that? Effects is misleading because it, like, yeah, these are effects that you can apply. They're preset effects, but there's a lot more in filters. I guess technically they're not effects, like they're filters, but even then, analog damage, like it, yeah, you can get plugins and whatnot, but the studio version gives you access to like all of these. There's just more features in it, but you technically have all of these features available to you in the free version. There's just a watermark on it. The other thing too is that you'll be creating most of your effects, hopefully, and you're not going to be using a lot of these. Hey bro, do you know why my Davinci Resolve lags in playback? It could be that I have only 8 RAM. Most definitely is that. I think the minimum requirement is 16 gigs. But if you are having problems with playback in Davinci, what you could do is go to playback up here, click that drop down, timeline proxy resolution. It's set at full resolution right now. We could drop that resolution in half or to a quarter. Here's what a quarter resolution looks like, and here is what full resolution looks like. Full resolution, quarter resolution. The other thing that you could do, is well, you have 8 gigabytes of RAM, but you could turn render cache on to smart, and then you could also render your clips in place if you have like a lot of effects on them. That's one thing that you can do. Sorry guys, I'm behind on chat. There's also a delay too. That's my fault. I keep forgetting to fix that. What do nodes exactly do? Nodes are, it does this, right? Like, so we're in the edit tab, right? And this is like the layer stuff, right? This is how most people know how to work. I'm gonna use this as an example. So we have a little bit of blur. We could put that in layer number 1, and now the background is blurred, the foreground is in focus. Or what we could do is do everything in nodes. Oh, let me delete this effect. So we go into Fusion. We want that roto clip. Here it is. Gonna plug that in. And now we want that blurred background again. Oh my God. We're gonna drop in a blur and we're gonna bump it up. So it's the same thing as working in layers, but the workflow is a little bit different because here we had to go into the inspector, and like we go into the inspector, default to video, then we go to effects, and then we find our effect. Like if we had a lot of effects going on here, now we have to open up each effect area and then go into those settings, and that's great. You could do that. But we could also, like if we had a bunch of effects, I'm just dropping random nodes onto this, by the way. We can just see each effect node that we have, and we can just be like, oh, okay, maybe I don't want this blur anymore. Let's turn that off. The brightness, oh, that's a little too bright. We can just quickly turn that off. Like you don't have to go into a setting to go into another setting. It's just a different type of workflow. That's it. I prefer it, but you know, not everyone does. Also, I think the node workflow is what's standard as far as like professionals go, because Nuke is like the industry standard, and that is a node based software. Also, 3D softwares like Blender and Unreal Engine, they're node based. Nodes just give you a lot more freedom. How much time will you be streaming tonight? Probably till 7. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. I'm gonna go to the gym with my girlfriend after this. So whenever she gets home, that's when I'm gonna stop streaming. Is this the free version of Resolve? It is not. It's the studio version, but pretty much everything that I do can be done in the free version. I try to tell you guys when I'm doing something isn't in the free version. Every now and then, like, you know, I'll space on it. I'll just, you know, be working, but yeah. Do I have tutorials on Davinci Resolve? Yes! That is pretty much what my channel has become, is Davinci Resolve tutorials. Hey Doc, do you make the edge rays like Sushi on his montage? How do you make the edge rays like him? I'm not familiar with that. If you're a part of the Discord, could you post a link to one of the clips you're talking about? Can you show you how to make hard shake? Like a camera shake? Yeah, I mean, there's 2 ways, right? First way would be in the effects area. I don't really like working like this, by the way, but this is what you could do. Go Go to filters, scroll down till you find camera shake. You drop that on, boom, you have camera shake. You adjust these settings. You could add motion blur if you wanted for that shake. The big thing is keyframing, right? We don't want, you know, this shake here all the time. So we're gonna add a keyframe here, move one frame over, add another keyframe. Let's go back to that first one. We're gonna drag it down to 0. So leading up to this, no shake and then shake. But that is not what we want. We also want it to fade out. So we're gonna bring this down just randomly to 0. So now boom, shake, and then no shake. Shake, then no shake. And you can adjust how this shakes by, like, maybe we want more up and down movement. So that's tilt. Maybe you want more side to side movement. That's pan. Maybe you want more rotation. Guess what? That's rotation. You got zoom. Listen, I don't have to go over all these settings. You mess with them, you'll find it. I am not using plugins. I don't have any plugins. I know that plugins are useful. They really just speed up your workflow though. What am I trying to do right now? I'm just talking about Davinci, showing you guys anything that you want to see, any tutorials you want. Would you recommend making a short clip and play around with it to learn how to use nodes? Absolutely. Don't dive into like a 10-minute montage or video, whatever. Start off by making shorts, you know, learn the basics, and then, you know, slowly you'll start developing a workflow. You're going to understand things a lot better, and then you're going to be able to make longer videos a lot faster. I think that's like the big thing. Like for me, at least, like getting into like YouTube videos, right? It's so daunting because I don't want to make a 10-minute video and then it flops. You know, I'll spend weeks doing that. So instead, I can make like a 30-second montage, spend, you know, maybe a day or two working on that, post it onto TikTok or YouTube Shorts, and I get some views. I get that dopamine rush, and then I'm like, okay, on to the next thing. You know, 45-second video, minute and a half video, 3-minute video, you know. So definitely start off making short clips. My PC specs are in the description. Does Control Z work in Davinci? Yeah. I'm pretty sure Control Z is like universal for any sort of software. What do you mean by edge detect? It looks like Sushi puts on a bunch of glow stuff. Hold on, let me check Discord real quick, see if he posted it. Nope. I don't want to like accidentally find the thing that I'm not looking for, but hold on, let's see. If you're saying it looks like edge detect with some glow, you could literally pull up an edge detect node, and then let's mess around with this, because I did something like this on my last montage. But you just mess with these, like, see your gamma, there's a lot of like noise going on, like right here, like yours next. So mess with that gamma setting, bring it up, gets rid of all that noise. The brightness obviously is the brightness of your edges, those lines. And this is all like self-explanatory stuff, but then mask overlay, we could add how could we add some glow to this? Probably just blur out the lines, keyframe that. That would be the simplest way. Or if it was all rotoed out, hold on. Like, what if we just wanted it on Yoru? Right, what we could do is trying to think here. What if I just want those lines? I don't want Yoru. How would we do that? Do this. It's not going to do anything. Rowdy, welcome. I'm very behind on chat. Hold on. How do you make the third person perspectives? I go into a custom game with a friend, and well, it depends. A lot of the time I just hijack my girlfriend's computer and then record them. Like this scene right here that you're seeing. This is just me recording by myself. I don't need anyone to help me with this. One person, I have one player in observer mode, and then this is the other player that's like actually doing the thing. Anytime you've seen someone get shot though, I need 2 people. Everyone tried using Davinci below the minimum requirements. If so, how does it run? Probably not very well. Can you show me a nice shake without camera shake from Davinci? What? What do you mean? Like, make my own camera shake without using the stuff in Davinci? Why would you do that? I'm just trying to think, like genuinely curious. Why would you not want to use the tools that are in DaVinci Resolve unless you're using another software? What makes Studio different from the free version? You have access to all of the stuff in DaVinci. Like the thing that I showed earlier, Magic Mask, that's not in the free version of DaVinci Resolve. Remember, this is the rotoscoping tool. So this is not a part of the free version of DaVinci Resolve. Like I said, technically it is, but it has a nasty watermark on it. So it makes it pretty much useless. You can try out the tools though. And the other thing is that it just runs a lot smoother. Can I answer your question and ask Doc? Why didn't you just ask it here, man? Give me a second. I'll respond to it. Type in chat for some reason, but I've been here. Logged out of YouTube, I think. Check Discord Valent for the edge detect. Okay. Will you leave the stream? I'm also classy. I'm behind on chat. Oh, okay. So hold on. I want to show you guys this. This is the effect that we're gonna try to create. This right here. So this is just the edge detect that yeah. Oh, homie just made it. With a unit, yeah. With a different glow on it. Hold on. So this is from the original guy. This is the effect from the original one. So we could easily make that. I'm still gonna use the Yoru as an example, just because I already have him rotoed out. But so the first thing is obviously we need to rotoscope him, whatever we're trying to add that glow to. This glow, okay? This is all rotoscoped out. So we have him rotoed out. Then we're gonna add a edge detect node. Edge detect. Marshall, thanks for the sub, man. Could try grayscale first. Original one was in a like orange color, so we'll do that, and then we'll just add mass amounts of glow. I'm gonna add a soft glow to it. Bring up that gain, bring up the size of it. That's pretty good. This is just going to be that outside, okay? I keep closing it. Okay, So we have the outside of that glow now. We'll probably just use a regular glow, but whatever. We got that. And then I'm going to connect the output of the edge detect to the blue arrow of the soft glow, and that's a mask. But we're going to invert that mask, so we only have the glow on the outside. And now we'll add maybe one more soft glow. Kind of mess with the settings here. We could maybe try just a regular glow node. There's two different types of glow. This is the basic one, and then this is the more advanced one, but that happens. So yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Soft glow. Maybe we'll bring down this one, that on the outside of it. Something like this, I'm thinking. And then he had the blur. So you could use lens blur if you have the studio version, but chances are you don't have that. So we're just gonna use the regular blur with a box filter on it. So this will give us, it's very subtle, but that's box versus Gaussian. Box, there we go. And now we have roto thing with glow. Maybe he has some distortion around this. I'm not sure. I would have to see it in motion though. But yeah, that's how you would do that. Best export settings. I just use the default things. I don't really touch them that much, or at all, rather, I should say. Mostly because I'm not like super familiar with it, and I don't want to mess anything up. But yeah. Oh, I gotta read person's question and ask Doc. Like, first two clips. Okay. Let me see. Shrek, I saw you want to see how to make these effects on the first two clips. I'm just looking at it right now. First of all, he has motion blur applied to the video. He had a flash, and then, oh, so this is the thing. Yeah, it was just a random flash. Like, he could have just literally, so like I showed earlier how to make that glow, but to make that flash, you could literally just add like a color corrector, add a gain keyframe, move one frame over, bump up the gain to the max, and then move like 3 frames over and set it back to its regular flash. They seemed like pretty timed flashes. Can you show me about texturing 3D objects? I really don't know too much about the 3D side of things in Davinci. There is ways to texture them. I'm just not the man for the job. Can you make a video about how to make that effect? Because I think I'll be using it, and I can't remember what you do in the stream. Well, you'll be able to watch the stream back after this is over. Also, I think that with YouTube, can't you go back earlier on the stream? Connor, what's up? How you doing, homie? Can you show speed remapping? Yes. Shrek, there is delay, but I'm also very behind on chat. I'm trying to show you guys stuff. Yeah, time remapping. First of all, it helps if your clip is in a higher frame rate. So like this right here is in 30 FPS because my timeline is in 30 FPS. It's, you know, it's a fusion clip, right? So let's just say, okay, hold on. Getting ahead of myself here. If you have a higher frame rate video, let's say that this is actually a 60 FPS clip, okay, instead of 30 FPS, and our timeline is in 30 FPS. So that means this 30 FPS clip in a 30 FPS timeline is filling up each frame, okay? Every single one of these little dots, there is a frame there. If we slow this video down to 50%, we are now duplicating each of those frames. So instead of 30 frames per second, it is 15 frames per second. This one frame right here gets stretched out between 2 frames. I know this because if we retime controls, change this to 50%, guess what? 2 frames instead of 1 frame. So 2 frames, 1, 2, 1 frame. You see? So, that's why it's better to have a higher frame rate video. 60 FPS is recommended, is what I would recommend. 120 FPS is the best, because you can slow your videos down really far. And if you're working in like a 60 FPS timeline, you know, a 60 FPS video will have the same issue as this. Anyways, that was like very nerdy stuff. Okay. As far as time remapping goes, okay. Actually, I think we have a song that we could use here. I am fairly confident I can use this song without getting in trouble. Why? Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna set this up. Okay. So, if we're going to do time remapping, I'm assuming you're trying to sync things to the beat of a song. Shrek, I see that you asked that question too. So, this song is a little bit easier because we can see where all the beats are. But let's say you can't see that. What we could do is make this audio track a little bit more visible. If you hover in between things, you'll see how my cursor changes. So I'm going to make this viewing window here a little bit smaller, make the video editing part a little bit smaller, and then I'm going to stretch out the audio track. And now I can easily see where the beats are to the song. Okay, so I'm just going to mark them like this. We're just going through, mark. I'm hitting M on my keyboard to add a marker. And you'll notice that like my playhead doesn't quite line up with the marker or like the beat. So this is just where you have to make a creative decision, right? So I'm gonna put it one after. So, okay. So that's all marked out. And then we need to find the beats in the video where we want the time remapping to happen. So right when Yor flicks this out, I want that to slow down. So, assuming you didn't do that, we're gonna right click and then retime controls. You could also hit Control R and that brings up the speed changing setting. If you hit this drop down arrow, that is how you add a speed point. You can think of the speed point as like a gate, right? Everything up to this speed point will be 100%. So I need to find where I want the slow-mo to start, or end rather. Let's have it end after this magazine falls out of frame. So I'm gonna add another speed point. And now, if you drag this top right-hand part to the left, or to the right rather, you will slow down your clip. You can see that this is 26% speed, whereas this is at 100% speed. And so if I just play this, you see 100%, 26%, okay? We could also make this faster by going to the left, and now you see it's at 175% speed. If you click the lower part of your speed point, that adjusts what frame the speed point starts on. So we're starting at frame 12, okay? If I move it over, now it's gonna start on frame 9, somewhere in between frame 9. I don't want that though. We want it on frame 12. So we've brought out the speed point. Let's bring it out to a marker. We got a marker right here, marker number 3. Boom. And then we want the reload to be quick. That's where the magazine goes in. We're gonna add a speed point. Gonna go back to that other marker, marker number 4, and bring that speed point to marker number 4, okay? And then let's have him slowly reload, I guess. We'll add another speed point, drag that out to the other marker. Boom, boom. Have him grab the handle all slow like. Maybe fast? I don't know. We'll see. There we go. That's how you can do it. Now the thing is we're going from 100% speed to 33%, okay? So this is pretty, hold on. I gotta bring this back up. This is very abrupt, okay? Actually, let me make this a little smaller so we can see what's going on here. By the way, I'm using my scroll wheel to make this bigger and smaller. So, boom, that's very abrupt, okay? What we could do instead is add a graph to it. Instead of this being linear, we can make it smoothed out. So if you right click your clip and then choose retime curve, make the editing part a little bit bigger, you can see we have all these little dots here, and those are where our speed points are. So if we click on this dot, we have the option to change it from linear, this icon right here, to a curve. So automatically it adds a curve. So these 2 points on either end, right here and right here, is a transition area. So instead of going from 100% to 33% at this point right here, it's going from 100% to 33% in between these 2 points. So that's a little bit smoother compared to this. And that's just, it all kind of depends on what you want. But if you want something a little bit smoother, this is what you use. You use the curves. But this still doesn't fix the issue that we have. Oh, by the way, if you want to get rid of this graph area, you have to go out of speed point, hit this X, and then you see this right here where it looks like a little squiggly line. That's your curves, your graph. You just click that, okay? And if you want to go back into your speed changer setting, you could hit Control R, or you could hit this little speedometer icon, okay? Anyways, that doesn't change the fact that our hold on, this is messy. I don't like this. I gotta make this the audio tab smaller. Okay. Sorry. It was just bugging the hell out of me. Okay. This doesn't change the fact that our slowed down portions have stretched frames, okay? You see how it's not moving right. It's very choppy looking. So we need to smooth this out, okay? Smooth it out? Yeah. And there's a few different ways to do it, okay? The best way is to go, actually, I guess there's only one way to do it, but there's a bunch of different settings. So if you go into, you have your video selected, you go into your inspector, you scroll down, you'll see retime and scaling. Select that. And now you have retime process and motion estimation. These are how we can smooth out the clips now, because we need to essentially add frames so that we're not stretching the frames, okay? So the further you go down this list, the more intense on your computer it's going to be, but the better the result. So this is what nearest looks like. Nothing really has changed. I mean, there's a bit of motion blur I see. At least I thought I saw on the clip. We can go down to frame blending. A little bit better, but the best is optical flow. Again, it's not really gonna change much. Actually, it should change a lot. I don't know why, but the big thing is motion estimation. Again, the further you go down, the better it's going to be, but the more intense it's going to be on your computer. The free version does not have access to speed warp. It's the best AI frame sampler, whatever it is. But enhance better works amazing. I actually think that this isn't working because it's a fusion clip, and that might be the issue. So let me just add in something else instead. Oh God. Nope. Okay. Just so now you guys can actually see like the difference of what I was talking about. Like, okay. See how there's nothing going on in this part? Okay. Hold on. We're gonna trim that down. We're gonna move over a little bit. And I'm going to stretch this out. Okay. Now we're playing like multiple frames over each other. Look at how the magazine falls. Okay. Nearest. Actually, let me turn on render cache. That'll help. Okay. And we got frame blending. Frame blending, you can actually see a difference because that's blending the frame before and after. And that kind of looks like motion blur. Let's really see it if I zoom in here. We have you know, the magazine before and then the magazine after, where it was and then where it's going. Gives an illusion of motion blur, okay? Optical flow is the best. We won't have that motion blur looking effect, or at least not a lot of it. You get a little bit here, but it's more accurate to how motion blur should actually look, okay? And then here's the motion estimation. We go down to enhance better. This is the best one. I don't recommend using anything else unless you have like your computer's not that great, like you have the bare minimum specs. But optical flow with enhance better. You see how that changed? And now this is way smoother. Magazine, we can almost see it fall perfectly. There's a little bit of artifacting going on at the tip of it, but that's not too bad. Now, if you have the studio version, you can use Speed Warper, and that's the best version, and you can get some pretty amazing results out of this if it decides to play. It probably won't, because Speed Warper is very intense on your computer, and I am streaming right now. I could possibly re-render it, but we'll see. It's starting to move. By the way, if you don't know, what you can do is you go to playback, render cache, and I think by default it's set to none. We can change that to smart, and it'll do like a little pre-render here. and this red bar will start to turn blue. Obviously, it's like a loading bar, right? Obviously, the blue is what's been rendered so far. So theoretically, if I play this, it should be smooth now. And it is. And you can see now that artifacting that was happening at the tip of the magazine, it's pretty much gone. There's a little bit of like wobbliness to it. Just a little bit. I think it happens like down here, but it's basically gone. So that, yeah, I mean, speed warp is crazy. Again, if like you're doing like a lot of slow motion stuff, upgrading to the studio version of Resolve is totally worth it. Just for the speed warp effect. I am super behind on chat. Welcome all the new people. Let's see. With the free version, do you get effects called displacement map? Are you talking displacement map? There is, I'm not sure what that is. Is that an hold on. Because there is something else I think called displacement in Davinci Resolve. Displacement map After Effects. What is that? Oh, okay. Yeah. I think you get that in the free version. I don't want to say yes. I believe you do. I'm just like thinking real quick if you get that. Yeah, it's just called, it's a node. It's called Displace. If you guys don't know what that is, wibbly wobblies. It's really great for like if you're adding light effects, like energy effects. It's a great tool to have. Depth map. No, you don't get that in the free version, but you do get that in the studio version. So here's depth map. There we go. Depth map is crazy. I love it. What computer do you use? You can check in the description. Speed warp is amazing, isn't it? Tried speed warp and Davinci Crash. Yeah, man. Normally what I do, like as far as my workflow goes, is that I start off by doing any time remapping stuff, and then I just do a pre-render on it, because I record like my montages and stuff. I record all my videos in 120 FPS, and then I render them out in 30. So having that 120 FPS video cut down to 30 FPS makes things kind of laggy. And then, but the trade-off is that you get better slow motion stuff out of it. It would be an open effects. No, it wouldn't. What's the recommended render resolution for YouTube? I'm not sure, man. I export or render all my videos in 1080p. Actually, I take that back. Lately, what I've been doing, because Davinci, the studio version, has a cool software or cool feature where you can upscale your videos. So I render them out in 1080p, but then sometimes I upscale them to 4K. What's a good strategy for making YouTube short loops? That's an interesting question. Loops are, you can easily make them, okay? As far as like a visual loop goes, your first and your last frame of the video have to be the same. So like, let's see. Let me cut out this last frame. Oh, okay. This is what we'll do. So we're gonna start off in the middle of the video like this. I made a cut there. Brought this to the end. We'll have some filler video. I thought that would be long enough. It's not. I'm just gonna shorten this. Actually, make things very noticeable. So I cut the video, the clip somewhere in the middle. Now we have this, and then it loops. So the easiest thing to do is cut your video somewhere in the middle, clip in the middle, and then you have your clip. The loops are just require a lot of planning so that your first frame matches up with your last frame. That's pretty much it. Okay, use that. So many little things. A question: how do you download music for YouTube? Like, what application? I mean, MP3 files. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to download music, man. You can just Google that. Do Overwatch gameplay and montages. That's great, man. How's that coming? By the way, I get this question a lot. Like, the majority of the tutorials I show are on Valorant, obviously. But everything that I show you guys can be done for other games. Like, it's not Valorant exclusive unless I'm like, hey, this is where you would go in Valorant to find a green screen, right? I'm sure there's like a green screen in Overwatch that you could find as the equivalent, but like all these techniques work for every game. Also, I am way behind on chat, so I'm sorry to anyone that I missed your message, and I'm trying to catch up. Resolve, but if you use Premiere for 4 years. From my understanding, if like you're just using Premiere, just use Davinci Resolve. Can you show how to add glow while inspecting the Vandal? I showed something earlier, but yeah. Give me a second. Let me find like a clip that I can use. The main thing is that like we have to roto stuff. So I'm just gonna use this. I think no. I'll grab an actual clip that I have. I should have something like pre-rendered that I could use. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh my god, all these are... Nope, okay. Let's find a clip. I have this hard drive. It's like a 5 terabyte hard drive, but it's dying on me, man. It takes forever to bring clips up and then bring clips over. I'm just gonna delete all this stuff while we're waiting. I'm gonna leave that song just in case we use it. Yes, I don't want that. Okay, I'll show you how to add glow to like weapons and whatnot. You hope it becomes the industry standard? That would be really cool. I have a feeling that Davinci Resolve is going to get very popular within the next like 5 years or so, because a lot of people are switching to node-based workflows. And with Davinci Resolve, you can do layer-based and node-based, and things like Unreal Engine and Blender are node-based. We also have Nuke, which is, from my understanding, the industry standard. Excuse me, the industry standard for editing and VFX, and that is a node-based software. So if you're trying to like get a job in VFX, it's pretty important to understand how nodes work. And so what better way to learn how to use nodes than a free software called Davinci Resolve? Color grading, use of nodes is exponentially better for professional workflow. Yeah, it's so good, man. Sorry, already asked this, but do you ever use an AI tool or anything to interpolate 60 FPS footage to 120? Yeah, you could do that. Like you could do that in Davinci, but you would need the paid version. I've definitely upscaled 30 FPS videos to 60 FPS, but basically you would just need to create a new timeline, right? Like this timeline is in 30 FPS, but if I wanted to, I could create a new timeline, format, change my timeline frame rate to 60 FPS. If you have the studio version, you can use 120 FPS videos or 120 FPS timelines, but you would create that timeline, you drop your 30 FPS video on there. Let me just find one real quick. I know I definitely have one. But you would use it similar. Okay, so this is a 30 FPS clip. But if you wanted to upgrade this to a, right, double checking, 30 FPS clip, we're on a timeline settings, 60 FPS timeline. If we wanted to upgrade this to 60 FPS, we would do the same thing that we did while doing like the slow motion stuff, right? So retime process, optical flow, motion estimation. If you have this the studio version, use speed warp. If not, enhance better. I don't want to render this out if I don't have to, so I'm just gonna see if it can load up, but then we can see the difference. See, this is a little bit smoother now, opposed to this, which will not have it. Smooth. See, this doesn't have as many frames, so you could do that just by using DaVinci Resolve. I've definitely done that in the past, but I've never gone from 60 FPS to 120 FPS because I just don't see the point in doing that. I don't render any of my videos out in 120 FPS. I've very rarely rendered videos in 60 FPS. Most of the time, like the majority of the 60 FPS videos that I've made and rendered have been for clients, and it's just because they want a 60 FPS video because higher frame rate means better video, and it's like, not really, but it's whatever. Wasn't I doing something? Oh, yeah, I remember. I was gonna show you how to add glow to like a weapon. People you know who are cinematographers strictly use Resolve. Yeah, but it's also because Resolve has superior color grading to any other software. Like if you like are trying to do a lot of VFX stuff, Resolve is a little bit more difficult than After Effects, but mostly because there's not as many plugins and not as many tutorials. So you just have to know what you're doing. You have to know the ins and outs of the software, and that's not really like something that everyone wants to do. Most people just want to watch a tutorial and then get going. Hold on, trying to catch up on chat. So how do you make characters' hair move in a still image DaVinci? That's something I do for my edits, but I want to learn it for DaVinci. I've never done that before, noobs creations, but I'm sure that's possible. Maybe later in the stream we can figure that out. You'd rather use CapCut? Ew, dude. The UI is hard because there's so much more that you can do. Let me see. Apparently I got a 4K in this, so we'll see. How do you get filters for free? Google free filters. you show us how to add glow to a door that goes around the door frame? It's going to be very similar to this that I'm about to show. To turn day to night on Val and Davinci Resolve. Color grading. The color grading, like day to night color grading is kind of hard to get right. Because this is a video game, it's going to be a little bit easier. Oh, you know what I should do? Hold on. I should have done this from the beginning. There's something called generate optimized media. Like I said earlier, all of my clips are on this hard drive that's dying. So if you right click, there's an option for generate optimized media. Definitely do that. That's one way to also speed up your playback. Sorry, I was drawing a blank there. Can I planar track normal just to inspect? Is really not working. What? I can planar track normal, just inspect is really not working. I don't know what you mean, man. Wolfie, maybe I'll try a day to night color grade for Valorant. Chuck, never used Davinci. Can you do 3D in it, or do you need After Effects? You can do 3D in Davinci. Davinci has a pretty good 3D software. I'm not super familiar with it. But even like After Effects is 3D software, like, you know, a dedicated software like Blender or Unreal is going to be way better. Color grading. Oh, yeah. Color grading. Davinci Resolve is the industry standard. Fusion page, you need to know node-based editing, which confuses a lot of people. Yeah, you know what though? I think most people just overthink it, right? If you look at the way the nodes work, it's like reading. It's left to right. Whereas layers, it's top down. But I guess with nodes, like, you can mess around with it. Like, if you'd rather work in that top down workflow, go for it. I like working left to right, but yeah. Really new to editing. Your videos help me a lot. Keep up the good work. Aw, thanks, man. When I track the bullet counter normally, it works fine with Vandal, but when the gun is inspected, it doesn't track well. Oh, it's because the perspective is changing like crazy. So the easiest thing to do is just to create a new tracker for the inspect animation. Also, why does my videos look so grainy when editing, and when I render it looks good? Any way to fix it? Not sure, man. Are your playback settings correct? That's like, I guess that's like kinda. I don't know how you would mess that up though. I'm not sure. Like, typically, if you're going to adjust the playback settings, you mess around with some settings but I'm not sure. I already set the FPS in 60. Huh? In my opinion, Davinci Resolve interface is the best. It feels so easy when you understand how it works. I agree. I'll be honest. I watch After Effects tutorials or like Premiere tutorials whenever I can't find a Davinci tutorial, right? Because I'm like, how do they do this? Okay. And then the only thing available for the most part is After Effects. So then I have to watch the After Effects tutorial, and it's so confusing. Like, why are you putting like 50 different settings into one layer? Like, it's just so annoying. I'd rather just see everything all out there. Yeah. What was my favorite effect to use? Magic Mask. It's if you create a lot of effects, Magic Mask, Davinci's AI rotoscoper, like roto brush for After Effects, it's so good. Like, amazing. It's almost the sole reason I upgraded to the studio version. Okay, we'll create. We were supposed to create this video or this effect a long time ago, but here we are. We are going to create a glow around a weapon. Delete empty tracks. I hate having a million of them. Fusion. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna make a fusion clip. This might work a little bit better, but we'll see. Anyways, so glow around the weapon. Okay. First thing we have to do is roto them. I have a video about how to use AI rotoscoping. Use a website called Runway ML. If you have the free version of Davinci Resolve, I highly recommend checking it out. It's called like 4 ways to rotoscope things inside of the free version of Davinci Resolve. But if you have the studio version, we can use this. So basically, the first thing we have to do is get a roto of what we're trying to add the outline. So magic mask, literally just talking about it. It's the best. So we're just gonna draw a couple lines here, something like that. It's for the most part, like it's really good at getting everything that you need. If you go to better, obviously it's going to be better. And then we got to track this. So far, so good. There's also not a lot of movement in it, which is why I'm doing this, because I don't want to have to like really adjust a whole lot of settings here. Okay, so we got our roto now. Check it out. If we zoom in though, like there's a little bit of weirdness going on here. I guess what we could do is with the subtract tool. So we were on add, now we're gonna use subtract. I could clean that up. Oh, oops, I didn't track that in. I'm going to do that. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Crap, I forgot. I should probably cut out all this stuff too. The UI down here. Give me a second, guys. It's been a long day. Come on. There we go. What? Whatever. I'm not good. Stop. Yes, thank you. I'm not gonna bother with it. You guys get the idea, okay? We gotta roto something, okay? Get a rotoscope. The next thing we're gonna do is go into effects, okay? Then we can't bring up the select tool page here in order to find this. So you have to go to effects. Effects, templates, fusion, tools. Okay, now we got it. There's an effect called edge control. We're gonna drop edge control down next to whatever we just rotoed, okay? And then we're gonna plug that into the back of the edge control. It's called alpha edge. I don't know why the name switches. Let's bring that over to the second viewer window. And there is our outline. We can bump that up a little bit, the thickness of it, but you can see when we bump up the thickness of it, it starts to get a little blurry. So what we could do is, oh, not contrast. What we could do is adjust the gamma and the threshold values right here to clean it up. Guys, thank you for the subs. I'm sorry I missed, felt like there was like 3 or 4 of them. I missed it. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But outline. Okay, got the outline. I need to focus, or else I'm just gonna keep losing track. So outline, we're gonna drop down a merge, and we're gonna connect the merge to our main pipeline, and we're gonna take the alpha edge, connect that to our merge. Now we have an outline. Yay. If you wanted to, what you could do is also put your rotoscope, whatever you rotoed, after that alpha edge by adding another merge, connecting it like this. So now it sits underneath it. It's kind of a preference thing. I usually like doing this though. And now we need to add some glow here. So after our alpha edge, what we're gonna do, shift space, soft glow. Now we have glow. And bump up the gain, the gamma, or the gain and the glow size, but it's just a white glow. If you wanted it colored, you can grab a color corrector node, drop that in, and we can just push whatever color we want into it. Yeah, something like that. You could also, if you wanted to, in the soft glow, there's the color scale. You could mess around with that, but it's just harder to find the actual color you're looking for by doing this. So that's why I like using the color corrector. And on top of that, like we can find the color obviously, but we can also further adjust the outline. Oh, not that gamma. So we can, like, you know, fine tune it. And then if you wanted to, you could add a hue keyframe and, oh, I think I only tracked, did I only track that far? Whatever. Just the hue, right? We added the keyframe, so now it should change colors on us. Why are we, oh, no? Why is this not changing colors? What's going on here, man? I want you to change colors. Why are we not changing colors? That's why. The red scale. Okay. Keyframe. Wait. Find a color. Hue. Just the hue. Still not changing colors? I don't know why it's not doing it. I think this is a bug. Either way, that's how you add glow to whatever gun you're trying to inspect. Oh my goodness. I am far behind chat. Let me just check real quick. Let's see. Do save effect. Glow outlines. For audio bug. You have an audio bug and you're trying to fix it? Google it, man. Yeah, AOT. If you're Lars, if like you have any, like you make a lot of effects, Magic Mask is 100% worth it to upgrade to Studio. Also, unlike After Effects and Adobe, you know, with Adobe you have to pay a subscription service. You pay a one-time fee for Davinci and then you outright own the software. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Noob Creations. Dude, it's so easy to do these sort of things. Especially with Magic Mask, that it just speeds up your workflow so fast. Multiple screens, easy peasy, also multiple timelines on one screen, which helps project organization. Yeah, man. It's just, there's so much customization to this. It's so nice. Video, wait, was the video to check out again? To do Magic Mask type thing without Studio? Yeah, Hawk. If you're trying to do this without purchasing the Studio version of DaVinci Resolve. I did this earlier in stream, but there's a website called Runway ML. I'm bringing it up on my second monitor. So Runway ML, you upload whatever the footage you want, you place some dots, and then it rotos the thing for you. The problem that you'll find is that when you go to export it, it'll be in 720p. You can upgrade it to 1080p, but that's pointless. You don't need to do that, okay? Just export it in the 720p version, okay? Let me see if I can't find, is this it? Nope. I don't know where it's going to be. But if you want to upgrade from the 720p to the 1080p, you can do that in DaVinci Resolve. Man, I shouldn't have deleted it. I don't know where it is now. What's the date today? 20th? I'll find it. Oh no, but it's an older, it's an older clip. Is this it? No, it's not it. No. No. Okay. Oh! I deleted everything. Oops. Here, I'll just show you how to do it real quick. Wait, is this the roto clip? No. Anyways, I'll show you how to do it quickly. So this is just going to be a mock-up, but this is also in that tutorial I was telling you about. So let's pretend this is the 1080p or 720p. 720. Oh my god. We'll type in runway clip, and then this is going to be our 1080 clip, right? So the runway clip is going to have green screen, right? So you'll have to key that out. We're going to use a delta keyer. You take that delta keyer, you put it on top of the green, boom, green screen's gone. But the problem that we'll still have is we still have like the 1080 clip with whatever background it has, and the 720p clip is going to not have a background. So you're going to use the 720p clip as a matte, and it's really simple. All you do is you take the 720p clip, plug it into the output, or the mask, I'm sorry, take the 720p clip, plug it into the mask of the merge, and that will cut out whatever you have. So that will upgrade it to the 1080p. It's a cheeky little workaround. Like I said, it's all in that video. Feel free to check it out. I think it's called like 4 ways to roto something. Hold on. Let's see if I can't find it. YouTube. Going to my channel right now. Yeah, this is the video right here. Oh, default view. 4 ways to rotoscope in Davinci Resolve. Runway ML. This is actually me explaining it right here. Yep, 1080p. You put it into the timeline. You highlight it. New Fusion clip. Go into Fusion. You can see I'm showing you the difference here. Keying out the green now. Delta keyer. You put the marker on it. There you go. And then I plugged it in, and you have the 1080p background. I think. Do I show you? Or 1080p clip. Whatever. You get the idea though. Check out this video if you want to like actually have good information instead of me just kind of rambling things off the top of my head. I'm behind on chat again. I'm so sorry, guys. Make the glow go around the land. Just appear immediately. If you want it to go, if you want that outline to go around the door slowly, or the mask slowly, you could, I mean, there's 1,000 different ways to do this. Outline this real quick. I'm not going to spend too much time on this outline. Fusion, tools, edge control. We plugged it in. Got to bump up the edge. There we go. Need that merge. Boom. Okay. So the question is, how do we make this outline go slowly around? I mean, there's not. Yeah. No. Okay. How do we make it slowly go around? You could just like add a rectangle, right? Make it real small and just drag it around. Like that. Just add keyframes. That's like the simplest way to do it. If you, there's another way you could do it, like if there's not a whole lot of movement like this, and I've done this in the past before too. Take a planar tracker, track this, right? Track it, set, track forward. Okay, we got the track. Create planar transform. Okay, we got that. What you do is you take a background node, connect that here. We connect the planar transform here. So we got a merge. Our background's like this. I'll change the background to red right now. you take a polygon node, connect that to the merge, or to the background, turn off your background so you can actually see what you're doing, and then you outline this, right? I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time doing this, so you get the idea. Okay, so we have our outline. Turn that background back on. Oh no, it's like, you know, it's just covering it. Don't worry. Uncheck solid. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Don't worry, it's just a bug. Move the border width up. Ah, okay, so now we have an outline. All right. Under position and length, we can adjust these things. So what I would recommend doing is starting with the length and then position. Now we have a certain length and we can adjust that length of the position. Then you would just add keyframes to make the outline go all the way around. And you could have the outline, you know, get longer. So like what you could do here, 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 bring it up. So now when you play it back, it goes around and it gets longer and then it connects. Easy peasy. There's so many different ways to do one thing in the editing world. And it doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it, you know? If the result looks cool, great. Hold on. Getting still behind on chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to read everyone's comment. I hope that answered your question, by the way. The Jin! Good morning. Well, it's actually evening for me, but morning for you. Hello, welcome. How do you sync music to beats? Like the beats of kills? Make markers, like here. And then right click, retime controls, find where you want stuff to happen. Get a kill here. Okay, I want a little, sorry, hold on. Drop down arrow, add speed point. I'm gonna trim this too, by the way. Speed point, okay. Move that over, we get a kill, boom. We'll slow it down, add a speed point to the beat. And then we'll move it over, add a speed point. I'm just randomly doing this so you can get the idea, but I've marked out the beats to the song. I'm using the speed points on my video, almost like markers, but I can slide them so that they're timed with everything. It might actually look kind of cool. Oh, 2 beats. So it looks something like that. Boom, kill. Yeah, that's yeah. Very, very, very cheeky way to do it. I want to reset this though. Where video on cool effects, you like using the pro version only? Yeah, I mean, there's not too many like. Oh, wait, hold up. Do you recommend the pro version of Davinci? Absolutely. You should 100% get it if you can. If you know how to edit, then I think you know your. If you know how to edit, then you can easily edit a video for someone, and then you can buy Davinci, like the studio version. It's that simple. That's what I did. Use proxies. You can make a tutorial on how to optimize Resolve for smooth editing. So I actually use that something similar. Okay. If you want like better playback, there's a few things that you can do. First one, simplest, go to playback, timeline proxy resolution. By default, set at full resolution. We can cut that resolution in half or down to a quarter. That's one way to do it. Another thing you can do is right click, generate optimized media. It's great. And then the other thing, like if you have a lot of effects on your clip, right click, render in place. That way the playback is smoother. There's tons of optimization videos out there. I could make one if you guys really want, but I mean, why, you know? I'd much rather make the cool things. When I bought Davinci, I bought it when the speed editor, and that's my favorite tool I have. Bought it with the speed editor. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Isn't that like it's a peripheral, right? It's like a, almost like a dial that you can use. But what do you get if you get the studio version compared to the free version? So if you have the free version of DaVinci Resolve, you could literally figure out what you want to get, or everything that you would get. You hover over it like binoculars. It would say only comes with the studio version. It'll give you a nasty watermark. That's what comes with it. I would say that the two big things that you'll use: Magic Mask. It is a rotoscoping tool. So if we wanted to rotoscope Neon's hand, might not do super well because this is right here. Oh, it did a pretty good job. But rotoscoping tool. Other one, depth map. Depth map is a matte similar to rotoscoping, but it finds depth instead. It's a great tool for color grading, but you can also use it for other effects. Those two effects alone, I would say, are worth it. Do you like 3D key or delta key or more? I've almost exclusively used delta key. I'm much more familiar with that. So I don't really know too much about the 3D key. Low-key so important to see this in real time. You know what? Someone else said that when I was making my last video, the montage video. Someone said that because they were like, it's very interesting to see, like, you're a good editor, but there's so much back and forth that you do. And I didn't realize that's like when someone's new to an editing software, they think like someone more experienced is just like bam, 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 bam. You're able to knock out things, but it's like even though like I know how to do things, there is a lot of back and forth, and you guys have seen I forget how to do things all the time, and it's, yeah. I used a mask the first time, but I thought it didn't look as good. Yours looked better, but I used Uni Exacto in hindsight, not Edge Control. Ah, gotcha. I get confused about how the Fusion tab works. Like the timeline is based on frames, but only the clip you select. How would you make changes to the entire timeline? Or is it one by one? What do you mean make changes to the entire timeline? Like, are you trying to cut up your clip in Fusion? I wouldn't recommend doing that because it's just not really meant for that. Like I do all the basic work in the edit tab, like trimming clips and whatnot like that. You could use the cut tab, but you know, I don't make super long content. There's usually not a lot of clips, so it's just trim it here, then go to Fusion. But if you could elaborate a little bit more, let me know. Also, Fusion, it's node based, right? So I almost like, hold on. Fusion is for effects. That's the way that I look at it. So edit, we do basic things like trim our clips. You can do some effects, but almost all of the effects should be done in Fusion. But no one is screaming while doing optimized videos. That's true. That's true. You're right. Yeah, an editing keyboard basically. Dude, I've seen some. I've only seen like some things. I don't really know too much about it, but it looks crazy. What editing am I doing right now? Just kind of talking to you guys, and if you want to see anything, I'll try and show you. Any tips to do velocity types edits? I've just shown like a million things, but the big thing is, you know, mark out your music first. like where you want stuff to happen, those important beats. You can mark them on your clips too. Like, oh, I want something to happen here. I want something to happen here. You know, it's just a lot of planning stuff. And then I think that the big thing is making sure you use something like optical flow and motion estimation. You know, enhance better. Speed warp if you have studio. But so that way your speed ramping and the slow motion stuff all looks smooth. I mean the opposite rather. I cut clips up in edit to time them together, okay? And see people prefer Fusion to do zooms, flashes, and effects. Yes. Sometimes it's hard for me to scrub back and forth in Fusion tab to make those changes. Oh, okay. So if like you're gonna do like a basic effect almost, and I don't mean that in like a mean way or anything, like you're saying like flashes and zooms, and you want to like maybe adjust the timing on it, I think it's better to just use an adjustment clip. So let me actually find where I get a kill and we can do this, or someone gets a kill rather. Someone died. Tragic. Okay. Let's find this. Okay. So we have the kill. Let's find that right there. This frame, get the kill. With the adjustment clip, I'm going to place that to the right of my playhead. Right here. Oh, you know what? Just for my OCD sake, I'm going to move all of this over just a couple frames so it matches up with this marker. Okay. Oh, I only want you to extend. Okay, adjustment clip, right? Adjustment clips, how do I describe them? Just think of them as like transparent things to add effects to. So if like you want flashes and zooms, adjustment clips are great to use that. Jump into Fusion and then create whatever effect you want. We want a punch in and a flash. So I'm going to add a color corrector node and a transform node. The transform, I'm going to zoom in, add a keyframe. The color corrector, I'm going to bump up the gain. You can do whatever you want, maybe the brightness, but add a keyframe, move 30 frames over, reset the gain to 0 or 1, reset the size to 1, go into spline. Now we can adjust the curves. You won't see anything at first because Davinci sucks. Zoom to fit. Ah, there it is. You could highlight both of them and just hit S for smooth or F for flat if you have a lot of them. And now we have a nice little flash. Bam. Little flash and zoom. I prefer using the adjustment clip because now, like, let's say for whatever reason, we're like 1 frame off. Instead of going back and messing with those keyframes, I can move 1 frame over and bring my adjustment clip over. The other thing that you could do, the other benefit to it is like, what if you don't have this effect on your actual clip? Like if you put that zoom in here, adjusting the curves for the zooms and stuff in the edit tab, it just sucks in comparison. Like I mean I can, I guess, like really see, but it's just not great. I don't like working with the graph in the editor. I hope that helped you though. Oh, I forgot. We're going to try and do the night to day color grading. That's exactly the type of problem I had. I wanted to see if I could change it later and the whole clip was modified. Yeah, definitely adjustment clips are the way to go for something like that. Sorry. Trying to catch up on chat real quick. Trim the ends of clip. Fusion, it'll take the entire clip length today. Unable to import MP3. Done several times. Drag and drop, but failed to import any solution. I'm not sure. Yeah, man, I'm really not sure. Lovely. Hey, Doc, do you want to hop in voice chat? And for velocity, After Effects is just better. No and no. What do I use to record my clips? It is OBS. I record in 120 FPS, and I record in lossless quality. I don't have a video on this at all because I'm not like an OBS guru. I watched a tutorial on it, but there's ways to make sure you have lossless quality and record in high frame rates. You know how to make your gun have a shining effect? If you can, please show us. I just went over that. Oh, but basically you need to rotoscope your gun. There's a million different ways to do it. You could do it by hand by just dropping in a polygon node, make a copy of that media, and with that polygon node, you could outline your gun. So pretend this is a great outline that is super precise and amazing. And you would just go frame by frame, making sure that's all done. I wouldn't recommend that. I would much rather use an AI software like Runway ML, or if you have the studio version of Davinci Resolve, use Magic Mask. Connect those two. Boom. We have now rotoed the gun super easily, and this is really nice. Just pretend that it's really nice. You want to add a glow effect. Is that what you said? Hold on. Shining effect. Yeah, I think that's glow. You would go to effects, templates, fusion, tools, edge control. You drop that in, connect it, boom. Bump up that pre-blur size. Now you have the outline. All you need now is a merge. Connect that merge. Now you have the outline of your gun and glow. There you go. Another thing, something that we went over earlier was adding edge detect instead. That just gives you a more unique look. You can mess with these settings to get it how you want. Go to grayscale. You can pick a specific color, and then you could add glow to that. What? Can you not add glow to edge detect? I thought that's what we did. Yeah, you can. Okay. Soft glow, there. I think I've done that like 3 or 4 times in the stream, so I'm not going to like be super in depth about it. You could check earlier, but basically, like I said, rotoscope, add some sort of edge detection to it, and then glow. And then, you know, you'll need to keyframe it when it comes in and out, however you see fit. I'm trying to catch up on chat, guys. I am sorry. Do you have any experience on Blender, like 3D animation stuff? Very, very little experience. I am trying to learn that, but at the same time, I need to like edit stuff. So, yeah. And my brain just isn't in it. You know, as much as I know about Davinci right now, I really know nothing. That's the way I feel. I know nothing. I need to be constantly learning more about it. So for me, it's a lot easier to learn more stuff about Davinci than it is Blender, but I am trying to learn Blender or Unreal Engine. I'm just not sure which one I really want to learn right now. Mostly Blender though. Like, yeah, by the way, the adjustment clips are criminally underutilized. Like, I try not to apply so many effects to my videos if I can help it. Like, I'd much rather use an adjustment clip just because it's a lot easier to slide it around. Yeah, night to day color grading. Probably need to go to a scene where I'm outside, right? Okay. this looks like I'm outside. And by the way, night to day color grading, it's difficult to do. There's only been one movie that I know of that has pulled it off amazingly, which is Nope. And they had so much technology in that. So I've never attempted it, but we could try and figure it out. It was good. Just found your channel, looking for tutorials to edit my friend's video. Hey, welcome, man. Simple question. When you have several clips in order on your timeline and want to put a clip in between two others, is there a way of doing that without moving the clips apart? Oh, like inserting the clips right there, and like in the middle of, so if we have, let's just say this is all cut up and they're different clips. We wanted to add a clip right here. Is there a way to do that? I know that there is. Oh, sorry, hold on. All these are cut up and we wanted to add a clip in the middle without moving them over, dropping the clip in between. I know that there is a way of doing that. However, I do not know how to do that. I am very much annoying when it comes to doing this sort of thing, where I just hammer through it. I would, instead of taking like the 5 minutes to learn that how to actually do it, I would much rather for the rest of my life do this. So I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that, but there is definitely a way to do that. Control-Shift-V. Oh, okay. Yo, how would you add a sticker effect for an image? Like an image is being peeled off of something. We could figure that out later. I've been meaning to do this night to day thing. If I can't figure out how to do the night to day thing, we could figure out the sticker effect. Because I think I know how to do that. Wait, how do you do third person edits of your game? I go into a custom game with friends and then I watch them in observer mode. So they just act out the scene real quick and that's how I get it. Much faster than doing like a 3D software. But the problem is that you need to have friends. And to be honest, I use my girlfriend's computer a lot. And then I'll just ask her random. Like I'll play a Spike Rush and be like, hey, can someone shoot me in the face real quick? It's for a video. And they're like, yeah, sure. So do I edit other games as well? I primarily just play Valorant. Maybe I should start doing this. I primarily just play Valorant. So no, I don't. I have been playing a lot of Apex lately. So, excuse me. I might make an Apex video soon. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is if I wanted to do a night to day video, I can't do the normal color grade that I usually do, which is where I crunch everything. I apply a lot of contrast. We don't want like a harsh shadow because it's supposed to be night. Like if there's moonlight, it's gonna be a little bit softer, I think. But I'm not sure. Honestly? Huh. You know, DVE Jigsaw video was incredible. Oh, the Jigsaw video was incredible. Thanks, man. Can you show us how to properly speed up and slow down clips? I just did that earlier. You can find that earlier in the stream. I also think I have an entire video about that. So if you wanted to check that out, feel free. It's like slow motion in Davinci Resolve. We don't have audio for Resolve. There is no audio playing in Resolve. Use the cut page, act like a magnet to timeline. Ah, there you go. Can you do the Sharingan effect with a moving eye for the free version? Yes, you can. You just need to make a fusion clip. So instead of importing the PNG or whatever, you would use whatever video you have. Epic Apex frag movie. Okay, we gotta color grade this to make it look like nighttime. I don't know how to do that. But we're going to figure it out. So we have a contrast node. And we have our other node. I think I need to bring down the gain so it's not as bright. I think that's the first step. This is just like the slightest difference. I don't know how to start. I'm nervous. Okay, well, nighttime's blue. Okay, we know that much. But I think the gain has to look a certain way. That's the big thing. And maybe the lift. I mean, that feels a little better. I think it would just have to be jumping back and forth. I know when they did Nope, they had forget what it is. Now I don't know what they did. But I know they had something special to make the nighttime scenes look good. How do you open the graph editor in Fusion? Go to Fusion, Spline. Top right. Just bump the blues, make shadows extreme and light extreme and bright. Yeah, no, that won't work. What is the context of editing you do right now, Doc? I mean, what are you heading for? So like, I haven't really posted much, but like, I have been experimenting with a lot of VFX stuff, and I'm trying to learn a 3D software. So that's like the direction that I want to head in. I know about the sky replacement, but I don't think the sky replacement is going to help with making this look like nighttime. Solid color overlay, change the blend mode. I don't think that'll work either, because there's going to be certain things that are brighter than others. If that makes sense. I feel like this is getting there. But like, okay, so one of the things, like, this is a light, right? So we would need to, there's just a lot of color grading that's gonna have to go into this. Why is this not selecting? Hello? Sorry if you guys hear my dog barking in the background. Maybe, can I bump this up? Nope. Is it selecting the entire video? Like, what's going on here? Maybe I'll add serial. Let's just see. This oh, that's what was happening. I didn't have the qualifying tool selected. Silly me. So I really only wanted like this selected, this light, because what if this is actually a light, then what has to happen is the brightness on it has to get turned up. But now the rest of the brightness here is getting turned up, so that's not going to work. I think I just had the wrong tool selected and I didn't realize it. Yeah, I definitely did. But I'm still running into that same issue, because that's what this light needs to look like. And then casting some shadows or some light down here It's just difficult, man. Boy, thank you so much for your tutorials. That helped me a ton. I'm glad, man. Really glad to hear that. You make Valorant montages too? I'm putting a moving eye over the video. It put me the moving eye into Fusion clip, followed step by step from the video, and I only get so far into it where the eye just isn't visible anymore. Then the eye clip that you're using has ran out of frames. Can you make the lights and just adjust them on their own? What do you mean by that? Like, I'm trying to select just the eye, or just the light right here. Oh, I think I did it. I grabbed it. So I grabbed it, but like the issue is that it's not perfect. We have all of this other stuff selected. So there would need to be a lot of masking. We'll see. Oh, hold on. There's a lot of masking that needs to be done. And guess what happens? I come out over here. So I have to do an extreme amount of tracking, which I don't want to do. And that's not great to do either. Vegas is better for velocity, in my opinion. Okay. Hey fam, just wanted to stop by and say thank you a ton. You helped me so much, Davinci Resolve. So again, thank you. I hope you have an amazing Christmas. Oh man, you too. Some visual media stuff for school. Oh, like what? Yeah, man, this is the night to day is way more work than like just what should be necessary. You know what I mean? Wait, not want to add parallel. What the hell? Is this not connected? What? How'd you make it not run out of frames? You have to have a longer video. It's the same length as the clip of me. Then something else is going on. So like here before, let me just try this real quick. So we have the sky selected. Bring down the gain on the sky. Does that help? Can we change the sky color a little more? This is tough. Okay, anyways. So it's either you're running out of frames or you're running, or like your tracking is just messed up. Okay. If you have both clips on the timeline, they're the same length, right? You can't just do this where you go into Fusion, go to media, and then you take the clip and then you put it here. Okay. Actually, this might be a better example. If I take this, okay. So we know this clip goes out to here. Okay. We can't just take the clip, put it right here. We know that it was just behind it earlier. So why isn't it appearing? It's because the original clip, this right here, is done in 120 FPS. It was shot in 120 FPS. So that means when we go into Fusion, Fusion is working this video, it's seeing the video in its original FPS value instead of making it whatever the timeline is. So what you would need to do is you would take that video that you have. I'm gonna cut this real quick. Take this video that you have You put it over, you highlight both clips, right click, new Fusion clip. And now when you go into Fusion, this will stay here the entire time. And it's because Davinci has converted your original video, this one, to 30 FPS, whatever your timeline is. So I hope that helped, man. Other than that, your tracking is just, it could be your tracking's off if you're trying to do the Sharingan effect, or like you know, hold on, let me bring this back up so we can kind of see. The Sharingan, right? If your eyeball is here and you're tracking it, your track could just get thrown way off screen, and that's why you're not seeing it. Other thing, maybe you accidentally keyed out the effect in your merge. So there's just a lot of different ways, a lot of different things rather that could be going on. Television production, that's awesome, man. You're excited to watch me figure this out? Ugh, man. I'm not excited. This is gonna be hard as shit. Hey, how do I get time remap into the spline graph? You don't. When you do some time remapping done in the edit tab, I mean, I guess you can. There is ways to do it. I just think that it's inferior because you can't use the motion estimation. At least I think so. But either way, you stretch it out here, right? Right click, retime curve. Now you have your graph. Do you guys hear my other mic? What is going on? Hey, guys, come here. One of them's deaf. Come. If I get the non-deaf one to come, then the deaf one will come because she follows him, the hearing one. Oh, hi guys. Okay, that's enough. It jumped on me. Can I give you a clip pack or something so I can start editing my videos? Yeah, get some videos on your own, man. Did I see that they're releasing Davinci for the iPad? Really? I did not know that. What am I doing here? Reset clip. Color. Let's add glow effect to this. Not add a glow effect to this. Zach, you think you see what you did wrong? Yeah, let me know how it goes. After effect, I just turn on frame blending, make velocity cuts in the graph. Yeah, but you don't want to use frame blending. Frame blending sucks. Like I went over this kind of in depth earlier, but here, watch. Why am I not doing this? I'm just not thinking straight. Okay, we have this all stretched out, right? Actually, let me turn off the color grade on this because we'll see other things. Okay, this is all stretched out. If we use frame blending, you can see we get like a fake motion blur effect. Okay, we have the knife 1 frame ahead, 1 frame behind. It's a cheap way to fake frames. It's not good though. If we turn on optical flow, see how much of that fake motion blur went away, and now we have like a solid knife. There's a little bit of stuff going on here, but this looks way better. We have a little bit of artifacting going on, but we can fix that if we go to motion estimation. The further you go down, the better this gets, but turn on enhance better. See how much clearer our image has gotten. So some of that artifacting has gone away. We're not going to get rid of all of it because that's a lot of detail, but we could, if you have the studio version, use speed speed warper. And give it a second for it to load. Could you use an effect like invert on the entire clip, then adjust the color grading on it? Oh wait, hold on. So now we've gotten rid of like almost all of that artifacting just by switching to speed warp. I mean, like there's a little bit, but I don't think anyone would notice that. It's like, it's very small. Compare that to just frame blending. Frame blending sucks. Don't use frame blending. That's what I'm trying to say. If I inverted the colors on the clip, what would I color grade it to? I did actually do that for my montage video. In the beginning, when Yoru goes into his alt, I used like a inverted clip sort of color grade. Day to night effect is impossible. Day to night is not impossible. Just for a game like this, it's, well, for gaming color grading, it's very hard. If you had a locked off shot, it's a lot simpler to do, because I can easily, like if I needed to, I could make a mask around this and then apply glow to the lights to make the shadows look correct. Yeah, just really sell it. It's just a lot harder when you have a first person POV moving around. I forgot this is slowed. Not impossible, just really freaking hard. And that's why Nope had like some of the best color grading out there. What did I just do here? Reset to 100, reset clip. There we go. Am I interested in making editing competitions on the near future? No. I don't really like the idea of edit competitions, or like any sort of like art sort of competitions, because like, look, this is essentially art, right? Art is subjective. Of course, there is tiers to it, right? There is like beginner artists, right? And then there's, you know, the people that are getting schooling, and then there's the people that have graduated schooling, right? It's pretty easy to group in those beginner, the intermediate, and advanced users. But then everything in those categories, it's just subjective. It's whatever you think is best. And I don't like the idea of just being like, today I'm feeling like this is better. It's ridiculous. Bro, I found the tutorial, but I'm on After Effects, but I have an issue. How can you find good audio, bro? Like how? It takes me like 2 hours to find one. Audio for what? Also Google. Google is very helpful. Probably more helpful than me. Well, the invert really just helps pick out light shadows, so you might be able to... Oh. True. That's not a bad idea. Turn this stuff off. Yeah, invert color. Yeah, that would be that would have been a lot easier for picking. Wait, picking this color right here. Oh, interesting. I don't really know what you mean, but I respect your opinion, and you don't want people to hate on beginners or on their style, right? I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm just saying there's no like factual way to say this is better, that's better. I just think there's tiers to it, right? Like at a certain level, all these people are going to be as good as each other, right? And then it's just based on whatever you're feeling. That's not factual. I like the idea of using this invert though. I could turn it off. And I'm left with nice sky. Either way though, this is ridiculous and I don't know how to do it. I'll be honest. I think it would just require a lot more tweaking and messing around. Gotta go to sleep. Nice stream. I hope to see the day to night effect in your next montage. Oh God. Wolfie, thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. And I also hate you for suggesting to do the night to day thing. Have a good night, man. So you want art to be subjective and not give it factual worth? No. If you're gonna have a competition, it should be a competition on factual things, right? Like if I were to go to a weightlifting competition and we wanted to figure out who the strongest person is, right? The person that lifts the most weight is the strongest person. But with art, there is no factual things. I can't measure the weight of art. Does that make sense? Yeah, this was a similar way I remember doing it for Photoshop. Oh, that's right. I could probably look up a tutorial like that. I think the biggest problem that I'm gonna have though of trying to get it to look right is just the fact that it's moving. So there has to be like a lot more qualifier things. Picking out the correct colors instead of trying to track things. Because I've done something like that before. I think I made a, I could probably find it on Twitter. I made a color grading thing. Oh, actually, I think I did that in one of my videos. Kind of what I meant, but my wording is bad since English isn't my first language. Oh. Wait, so art, I can't tell. Are you in agreement or not? for oregano? Thanks for the sub, homie. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. Hold on, I'm trying to find the video. I did do like kind of a, I don't want to say intense color grade, but like something that I just put a lot more time and effort into on Twitter. Oh, okay. Where is it? Oh. I think this is it. Hold on. Ah! Music. What am I making? Someone asked if I could do a night to day color grade, and trying to do that. So this was the color grade that I did. This was kind of hard, but kind of easy. Like there's a lot of, you know, picking colors. Like obviously the main thing is the light. I was able to add glow to them and bump them up. I remember doing this by doing the qualifier tool, like picking the color of the light so I could select all of them, then adjusting that. Also like the fog, the light down here, making that like purple. Great, I'm 3 hours late. I'm sorry I had to go to the dentist. Oh man, you don't have to be sorry. My 3D modeling as well. Nope, I don't really know. I'm not super comfortable with 3D modeling. At least not yet. I need to learn more about Blender. before I do anything like that to show on stream. Yeah. I think the sky looks better just by doing that though. I know that there's another thing that we could add. I think it's called false colors. That's similar to that invert idea. Why 3D model when you can use observer? Exactly. No, that I need to know how to do 3D modeling just for like VFX type things. Use 3ds Max. Started watching you, made my first montage like a month ago. Almost went pretty good. Used all the tips you've given out. Aw. Thanks, man. How'd the montage do? What things what'd you use? What never used the false color thing. Will this be uploaded? I just got off work. Yeah, whenever the stream ends, you'll be able to rewatch it. I don't want to butcher that, and I just saw it real quick, but thank you for the sub. How long would it normally take to edit a montage? All depends. All depends, man. You can make a montage in an hour, and you can make a... Yeah, okay, hold on. You could make a 10-minute montage in an hour if you wanted, or you could make a 30-second montage in a week. All depends. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm gonna give up on the night to day color grade. You kind of got a night color grade right now. Post it in Discord. We got an immortal watching right now. Sheesh. Just joined Discord. Amazing tutorials. Hey, thank you, man. Welcome to the Discord. No, you can't just darken the lift and add bloom. Or glow. Just it doesn't work like that. Just looks like I added too much contrast. You know? I model drift cars. What? Nothing editing. GameX, welcome. Guys, you need to check out his YouTube channel right now. This man makes the most insane Valorant edits. And he also does IRL stuff too. I mean, that's a cool color grade. I wouldn't call this a night to day color grade though. Because the sky is still bright, you know? He sent it in the Discord. Like, I think said if it were a static camera, you'd use power windows, color space, track them, but it's a 3D game. That's a whole lot of work. Exactly. Exactly. I like I could get something that looks, hold on, can I go back to where for okay, like, you know, something that looks kind of good, but like you see how like I could maybe mask out these areas because I want this light to be all nice looking, but then as soon as I turn, oh great, now we have all of this noise going on and it just looks awful. There's just so much. Ugh. Really cool to see a fellow editor go through their workflow. Know how to select this guy though. Yeah, I mean, we could get the sky, right? That's what this node is right here. It's able to turn that down. But I don't think this looks quite like nighttime. And it's close, but like it almost looks, I don't know. Like I darkened it. Maybe I gotta just keep messing with the color grade on it. Maybe. Other thing too is that you know, there's not a recorded this with OBS. There's not a whole lot of room for improvement. You know what I mean? Like with the color grading, it's not like filmed with a Rec 7, like an actual camera. You got something? Let's see it. So I 3D modeled the cars exactly how I want it. Make the body kits, the wings, and everything. Get it goes in the game, and make it drivable. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. How's the progress with Blender, Doc? Not great. I'll be honest. I hardly touch Blender still. Program? That's not a real question, okay? I know that's not a real question. That can't be a real question. Oh, the other thing. Like, look, there's a light source back here. That needs to be bright. It's looking better. I would say here. So hold on, let me pull up both examples here. This was his original, okay? Not bad. This one looks better. But no, it's still not quite nighttime. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't quite look like nighttime to me. It's very close though. I think maybe the sky is still like, it's still too bright. The black levels on the corner perhaps might be a little too crushed compared to what the sky, the brightness of the sky. Not entirely sure. Zach, you're back. I went and tried it. I listened to your tutorial step by step, and the eye is still disappearing when I add a node. Another one. You could also, I don't know what to tell you. You're missing something somewhere, man. Because, hold on, I don't know if I have any. Rotoscope the sky, make it black. Well, okay. The problem is that if I roto the sky, right, then I turn, that's a lot of tracking. We don't want to track if we don't have to. I do have the sky selected here. Maybe you're talking to homie, but maybe. Hold on, this might be getting somewhere. Gonna throw a little denoise on that. Another problem though is that it's cutting off the UI. But maybe we could just crop it. App. So that's why see, we don't have to track anything. We used a qualifier tool. Works a lot better. Are you using the sky replacement node on the color page? No. I think this is actually starting to look okay. But there's still like flat parts to it. Like I know that the radianite is supposed to be glowing. Should I maybe select that? Huh? Why does it keep doing this? Add node in parallel. Probably different good green screen gun person without rotoscoping. Is there a way to get a good green screen on a gun or a person without rotoscoping? Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Like, you're trying to key out the green in the video? I have something that we can check out real quick. It's definitely going to be different than After Effects because it's a node-based system. Bring up a delta key here, drop that right there. There you go. What I like to do though is I'll bring the delta key here into the second viewer window, change it from color to alpha right here. You can now see what we're working with a little bit better. See, we kind of got like a little bit of like a streak right there. We could, okay, hold on. We got a little streak right there. We got some gray tones right here. This is the matte, right? It's a black and white image, or at least should be a black and white image. We don't want any gray tones to this. So there's some things that, like, how did you get like that? Gotcha. How did I get the green screen? Let me just finish explaining this real quick, because even if you key it out, you still need to know. You can mess with the gain at first, right? The gain will make those black levels a little bit more true, but brings a little bit more black into the gray. You can mess with the balance to try and help that out. And it works okay, like on the thumb, it's working, but on the knife, it's darkening it. So, you know, just tweak it a little bit, whatever. Go to matte. If you still had that green, like maybe your green screen isn't super well lit, like if we still had that streak right there, you could just highlight all that. It'll delete it. But then you go to matte and then threshold. Your threshold low is the dark values. We don't want that. We want the dark values to go up. Color and brightness, whatever. We just bring that down. Now we have perfect black and white image. One thing though is that we kind of have this outer edge outline. So just bring down erode a little bit and then blur up a little bit. That's also just like a very minor detail. Perfect. Perfect green screen. You can go to, if you go to Ascent or Split, there's a green screen. Just fly up and you'll find it. Green screen hands. Can you send me a video or something to see if I'm tripping? If you can post it in Discord, sure. Oh, we got the after. Looking better. It's looking better. There's some banding going on. Looking pretty good, man. Hold on. How do you learn this? Big fan. Thank you so much for the tutorials. Watch tutorials on YouTube. That's how I did it. That's why I started making tutorials. Part of the reason, I should say. Okay, the sky can't be black though. Sky needs to. Sky needs to. Stuff to it. Better. This though. Oh, I think I. Proud of the night sky? Dude, it looks pretty good. Wait. Hold on. Posted an updated version? Why is this the smallest image possible? I mean, it looks really good, man. Resolve really has the best color grading. Dude, it's so good. So good. I got a little bit of glow going on right now. Okay. Now we got a little something going on here. But it doesn't select that one. Okay. Okay. I mean, this isn't bad though. Okay. So it's affecting the stuff back there. Oh, you know what? Maybe if I add... Maybe if we don't do that. How about that? That is not the look. Oh, but the sky looks so good like that. I know there's a way to create a matte. Oh, there we go. Do I have Uniglow? No. Oh, but what's going on here? There we go. I don't know. That it looked like I did something to it. That it. I don't know. It just looked weird. Hey! What are you? Mother. Good bloom though. I don't know, man. Oh, I think this is being affected. Okay, you know what I could do? What I will do is I will actually create a mask here. This is the one time. Hurt this? Wait. Why is it affecting? That shouldn't be happening. Huh. You on tonight? If so, Apex or Val? Yeah, Connor, I'll be on Apex tonight. Becky and I are gonna go to the gym. Wait a minute. Why does my glow look weird now? Okay, we'll figure out one thing at a time. Sky first. Okay, you figured it out? You're gonna make a montage in After Effects? Okay, that's cool. For you, man. Oh, is it because... Why are my dogs playing? Okay. So that cleaned it up. And then adding glow. Why does it affect everything? Oh! I think I know why. I think it's because the glow, it's in a parallel instead of in series. Hold on. Delete this. Add this. That. Oh, man. God, she is not happy right now. I'm broke, so Davinci is all I got, LL. This is cool beans. Dude, Davinci is ridiculously strong. Hey, kind of curious, do you only do your own edits or have you freelanced much? So I have freelanced. I don't really like doing it though, because I think I said this a little bit earlier, but it requires, like, most people want montages, and that just requires so much creativity and time that it's not worth it to me. I can easily just play Valorant myself, you know, and make a montage, and I'd much rather do that to get the views, to help promote my brand and instead of someone else's. So that doesn't really interest me that much. I have made other sorts of content, like coaching content for people, which I did really enjoy doing that. But you know, like that sort of consistent work, it's I don't know. I don't think that it just depends on who you work for. Not everyone is great. So I take like commission stuff just very sparingly. I have done stuff for like orgs though, where they want montages. Like that's fun, like doing one-offs like that. But a lot of people are looking for like a TikTok editor to make their highlights and clips for them, and I'm like, I don't want to do that, man. No. Wait. And then we do this. Sunres, what's up, dude? How you doing? We were talking about freelancing as an editor. What? What just happened there? Is there a way to color grade multiple clips easy, like transfer color grading from one clip to another with ease? Yeah, it's really easy to do. Let's I'm just going to cut this right here, and I am going to get rid of the color grade on it. Reset all nodes and grades. Okay. It's easiest if you pull up clips in the color grade tab. So now you have these two, right? This has the color grade. This doesn't. All you have to do is hover over the clip with the color grade and hit middle mouse button, and it brings it over. That easy. And you could, if like, let's say you had multiple clips. I'm just gonna cut this up a bunch. What you could do is you select one, go to shift, click, there you go, select all of them, and then middle mouse. What, all these? Wait a minute, what? Whatever. There we go. Every single one of these clips now have the color grade. How long have I been using Davinci for? A little over a year now. You're currently trying to get a job as an editor. Nice. Going back to the conversation about freelance editing, as far as like I'm concerned, I don't really want to be an editor. I want to be a content creator. So that's another reason why I don't take a whole lot of freelance work. Beta, what's going on? When everyone says they need Adobe experience, it is kind of whack, especially when you consider that Adobe is, you know, it's Adobe. The other thing too is like, why does it matter, man? If I can create cool videos for you, why does it matter? Also, why is this happening? Why is this not doing its thing properly? Or maybe it was. Maybe I was just being the dumb. Add in parallel, add glow. I'm going to this like it's moonlight. Okay. I think I was a dumb and I just deleted that because I got distracted by this circle. Hold on. Marshall, I was challenged to do a night to day color grade. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Hold on. Fluffy, maybe. Gonna help be the best content creator out there. One day. I really just want to be a content creator to do one of those influencer boxing fights. That looks so fun. I've used Davinci for over a year and a half now, but quit for like 7 months. Last January, I've gotten back to a couple months ago, and I've been better at editing than ever have been. To be honest, I wish I never took a break. Would have been so good. I feel like that sometimes, man. But you know what? It is what it is. You know, you probably had to take that break, and you came back from that break better than ever. I am just going to practice by hand. What the fuck is that? Prince, welcome back. Can you roast / rate / give feedback to my montage when it's done? No man, I don't really like doing that. For the same reason why we talked about earlier, where editing is just very subjective. I think your edits are super unique. You deserve a lot of love. Aw, thank you. Okay, so I think I have this all tracked. There's something weird going on with that right there. I don't know why. Davinci Resolve Studio has a rotor brush, right? Yep, it does. Connor, stop being weird. Anyone else think Doc is underrated? Oh, that's why. No! There's no way. Okay, I have to redo this. I figured out why this is being poopy. I can't. Okay, I can turn it off though, correct? Okay. I'll do it again. I don't know. I messed something up somewhere. That's why I was having all those problems. It's okay though, because I can easily fix that. See, we already got that. Then we're going to bring that down. We're also going to make the sky a little bit more nighttime looking. And we will, let's see, qualifier, bring up the noise on that so it kind of blends in a little bit better. I think I'm seeing a little bit of artifacting here. Ah! Too much. I think I want to push in a lot of color here. Oh no! Bun, welcome back. Can you show off the rotor brush? Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. I just want to do this real quick. Fix the thing that I keep messing with. I pulled down the gain on it. We'll take this and mask it out once again for like the 17th time. So now off. A little bit better. The roto brush in this. I'm just gonna find something real quick. We'll just roto out the hand. It's called Magic Mask. You can also do it in the color tab. I just like working in the fusion page. Connect right there. I mean there. We're gonna change it to better, so it's a little bit more accurate. Got this going on. Oop. Roto brush. It's done. And then you would just track forward and backwards. Easy peasy. The other thing that you can do, which is really nice, is like notice that there's one, her hand's kind of transparent, but also like there's a little bit of a haze. You can mess with the threshold here. Trying to get rid of that haze, and we can make this a little bit more transparent or opaque. Sorry. There we go. And we have the slightest bit of an edge. Bring down, actually let's start with the gamma. Gamma will help a little bit, but then a little bit of that erode. Touch of blur. Boom. Add a little piece right back there. And let's say you don't want like the UI and stuff. Subtract. Bam. Oh, we want to keep all this stuff. Bam. There we go. Easy. Easy peasy. Magic Mask is 1000% worth the price of Davinci Resolve. Keep in mind, it's also a one-time price. So. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Blarked? What up? What's going on, homie? 3 hours late. Oh my god, I would do so much for that mask. Dude, it's so nice. If you, listen, chances are if you're watching this, you know how to edit. Edit some videos for people. Save up. Buy the studio version of Davinci. It's 1000% worth it. Like stopping me is learning a whole new program and all the plugins I already own. Yeah. I mean, there's no sense in switching to Davinci unless you're like, you know, trying to, I don't know what you're using right now, but Davinci is like the industry standard for color grading. You know, maybe you're trying to do that. Maybe you want to learn node software, node-based workflows, maybe. I don't know, but there's no real sense if you already know a software. Davinci is simple. It is. There's definitely a learning curve though. How much is it? I think it's $300 USD, but it's a one-time payment. It's not like Adobe where you pay a subscription. No one wants to buy edits. That's not true at all. What would be a good price for video editing? How much you think you're worth, man? Depends on the job and like, okay, usually there's two ways people price out edits. It's an hourly rate and then a day rate. Hourly rate, it's self-explanatory. How much are you worth an hour? Day rate is, I am going to be working on this video for 8 hours. I'll work for you for 8 hours. How much are you going to charge for that day, right? So that kind of depends on the day rate. Kind of depends on how much you want to charge per hour. But the other thing is like, how many days is it going to take you to make that video? Premiere is industry standard. No, it's not. People who want to learn to edit buy edits. Who don't want to learn to edit. People who don't want to learn to edit buy edits. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I can't tell you how many people, like content creators, right? They need editors. Okay. Eventually, I would like to phase out the editing for me to where I just record videos and then ship it out to someone who edits them for me. I know how to edit the videos. I could easily do it, but I would much rather allocate my time to recording the videos. Does that make sense? I can make more content that way. And that's the way bigger content creators work. They could edit the videos, but they would much rather record for the videos. I kind of used to know it's because of Blender, but yeah, color grading is kind of huge. Oh, if you already know nodes because of Blender, then yeah, you'll easily be able to learn. But definitely the color grading in Davinci Resolve is superior. And there's a lot of people that pay good money for a good colorist. You do per project rate? Yeah. But I'm assuming the way that you factor how much you charge for that project is how many hours you are going to put into that project. And I don't, like, when I do commission or freelance stuff, I don't like doing like I'll do this video for $100 because then there's other problems that can happen, like, you know, oh, if they don't like this version of it, okay, well then there needs to be reshoots, just retouch this, right? And then, you know, a job that you thought would take 10 hours is now taking you 15 hours. It could take you 20 hours, right? So it's just, that's why I don't like doing per project. But the other thing though is that I give an estimate of, like, you know, it should take me this amount, or some people, like, I've also worked, like, I need, like, this is consistent work, right? Like, I need 5 TikToks a week. Can you do that? Okay, yeah. TikToks don't really take that long, so I'm not gonna charge you like hourly. Like, you're giving me consistent work, that sort of thing. So then it's like project, but again, it's how much I think it's going to take me, how much time it's going to take me to do those TikToks, right? Hold on, a little behind on chat. Premiere isn't the industry standard though. That's the thing. Premiere and After Effects are for hobbyists. Creating content takes a team? No, it doesn't. I'm creating content right now by myself. I don't have a team. You don't need a team. But I get what you're talking about, like where as you get bigger, you're gonna wanna, like what I said, you allocate time from editing to creating content, like recording it. Oh yeah, that's literally what you just said. Check Discord. I will in a minute. Do you do any content editing or just montages? What do you mean by that? Like, what sort of content editing? Did I quit Premiere? No. Buy After Effects. Use Resolve. Then quit Premiere. Just use Davinci Resolve. If you use to Premiere and you don't have the time to relearn a new program, just stick to Premiere. Premiere is also easier to learn from YouTube if you need tutorials. Yeah, I mean, that's like the biggest pro, at least that I see, to using the Adobe suite is the tutorials, right? You don't have to allocate so much time to learning a software. You can just watch a tutorial. But the problem is that if you only watch tutorials instead of learning the software on your own, implementing your own ideas, then you won't ever get better as a creator. You know what I mean? Like, I suppose if you're just making like basic videos where like it's cut clips, add music, that works fine. But chances are, if you're in this stream right now, you're in it because you make montages or you create a lot of your own effects. And if you're constantly watching tutorials about making effects and you only use those effects that you learn and you're not creating your own effects, you know, you're not really going to move up, you know? I don't know. That's just my thought process. I'm not saying everything that I do is like completely original, right? Like, I watch tutorials too, but I don't know. I think people crutch on tutorials a little too much, even though I make them, but like it should just be used as a reference. I'm using Davinci for podcast edits. Great. Doing subtitles. Yeah, subtitling is tedious work People who are low on budget to create films use Davinci. Yeah, I mean, Davinci's free. That's why. But I mean, if you do a little bit of like looking into, there's crazy things that you can do in Davinci that you can. There's one guy. Hold on. I love this dude. He's. Oh, man. He knows a lot about Davinci. You guys need to check this guy out. Nomad R Productions. I'm fairly certain he still uses the free version of DaVinci Resolve. And literally, like, everything that you see is stuff that he makes in DaVinci Resolve. And like, he knows his way around the 3D software like crazy. Look at him, he's modeling a fucking spaceship. So yeah, there's a lot that you can do. It's just you need to know a lot about DaVinci, opposed to like After Effects where you can know a little bit about it but then follow its tutorial easily. Am I Plat and Val? Yes. I think I'm Plat too. Do you think color editing is mandatory for doing podcasts and edits and motivational videos? No, I don't think color grading is mandatory in any video, but color grading does help your video production. Like, so, hold on. I'll try and give an example. Color grading can affect mood, right? Sorry, an ad is pulling up. So, like, something that I get a lot is like, oh, that montage went hard. Like, I make hard montages, right? So in the beginning here, I just have kind of a basic color grade. I boost up the contrast on it, and tweak some of the colors, but not really. Where kind of that hardness comes from the video is the music, but also the color grading, because I have this very dark color grade. I mean, the shadows are almost blown out. We can't quite see what's going on in the shadows, and it sets the mood. If you look at movies, like the Matrix, right? Another like gloomy movie with just like dark color grading, right? Super contrasted. We have green. It feels ill when they're in the Matrix, but when they're out of the Matrix, it's like blue and desaturated. But then if you look at like a comedy movie, it's very bright, vivid, saturated, and that's because of the color grading. It helps set the mood. So the dark and gloomy, serious topics, bright, sunny, saturated, feel-good movies. So to circle back to, is color grading necessary for podcasts and motivational videos? No, but also yes. Like, you can kind of enhance some of the stuff that the message that you're trying to get across with color grading. But at that sort of level, I don't think that it's necessary, unless you're like filming with some camera where, you know, everything is hazy. Like, hold on. Okay. Well, let me add one more node. You know, if you're filming with like a professional camera, this is typically how your footage looks. It's all just very unsaturated and kind of bland looking. But then, you know, obviously you add your color grade and it brings back some of that niceness to it. I'd have to tweak that a little bit more. So again, yes and no. I think the skill curve for Premiere is faster, but Resolve has better ceiling. I agree. Last 2 years after switching from Premiere, never looked back. That's typically how it goes. Like the majority of people that I see use Davinci Resolve switched from Premiere to Resolve, and they did it because they were sick of Premiere crashing, sick of paying the fees to Adobe. Like, it's nicer. Tutorial should be renamed Take Inspiration from This. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I also think that hold on, you know, there's a little bit of nuance to it, because like it's you know, people have to learn, but also you're not going to get better if you're not implementing that knowledge. The fact that you can even do so much with free editing is insane. I know. What's the point of color grading video games? I hope I answered your question. Kind of sets the mood. You can make a more cinematic experience with your edits. Oh yeah. Thank you for showing me Speed Warp. Just made a car drift video look so much better. Oh, hey, glad. Oh, yeah, I'll check Discord. Sorry, man. I'm trying to catch up on chat. What am I looking for here? You bumped up the saturation? Why not? I don't know. Said this is why Davinci Resolve is the best color grade. Oh, someone just said in the suggestion, make a video on simple yet effective transitions to use / do, like a smooth one for slower songs or maybe a more aggressive one. I don't know, go crazy. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. The thing that I have with transitions is that, like, I don't know, I don't like using super flashy ones. But that's just part of like my style. Like I think the only, like, I do a lot of match cuts. Really pull it up. And that sort of thing is it's kind of simple, but not at the same time. Oh, I know what we could do instead is pull up the video. I still have the file. Drop it in here. Not the 4K version. Okay, so that's not a match cut. Sort of. Actually, this is sort of a match cut. Talking about transitions. So Yor was pulling out a flash, and he swipes from center screen off to the left. And so Yor right here, I don't know what he's doing. I think he might be pulling out a flash or a TP, but he starts from the right side of the screen, goes to the center, and he swipes to the center. So in between these two clips, I added a swipe left transition. Where is it? Swipe to the left. And I added motion blur. So it continued that movement. So that's like a really simple match cut. But then like other ones, that's just a jump cut, jump cuts, jump cuts. Oh, this is a bit of a match cut. I have the hands come in. It's a mix of like a match cut and a puzzle transition. Because the hands come in, and then also a jump cut too. Because technically, like the foreground is a match cut, but then it's a part of the next scene, so it's like a jigsaw, but then this is a jump cut, the background is a jump cut, but it feels smooth, so it's kind of like a match cut. It's just match cuts. That's mostly what I do, match cuts and jump cuts. This one is a match cut with blend, cross dissolve, I think. So, oh, no. This is a jigsaw, I remember. Because the phantom is zoomed in on. And in the next scene, the phantom is zoomed in on. I rotoed it. So I guess that's like a puzzle, but with a cross dissolve. So in the background, you can see it blurs. And the phantom stays in focus the entire time. But this was a mix of a match cut. So these two scenes had the same skins, like in similar positions. So I rotoed the phantom, and then I added a smooth cut transition between the two phantoms. So that's where you get like this weird distortion effect going on right here. It's warping the two images to fit each other. So it feels smooth in real time. But the background is a blur transition. All I did was add a little bit of blur, directional blur. So it fit a little bit better. I don't know. I think people just kind of like, I don't know. When it comes to transitions, I don't really like the super like crazy ones. And then people overthink them. Like the jigsaw transition is about like as far as I'll go. But like let's look up YouTube video. Video transition effects. I don't know, I think a lot of them just look tacky. Unless you're doing like clever ones. Yeah. Cuts and transitions? No. That's literally what I just made and showed. Trying to find like a silly, goofy one. Impact hit? What's this? This is actually in Davinci Resolve. Yeah, okay, wait. Look at this. This flare. That flare, like, I don't know, man. That doesn't look good. Got a strobe effect. It's probably gonna flash white. Scant. Oh wait, no, these are oops. These are effects, not transitions. But either way, I don't know, like this is a video transition that's preset, right? Like I don't think any preset transition looks good. You can get like kind of a cool looking one with like a flare, like a lens flare transition, but again, that it's not really nice looking. In my mind, it's like, oh, you didn't actually plan this, you just needed to transition between two things. I don't know. Fluffy, I'll check it out after this. By the way, I'm behind on chat. I was just ranting for a little bit. Davinci transitions, they're actually good. Yeah, they're just basic transitions. Like I said, like adding preset transitions, like effect transitions, they're not really good. Like you have to plan out a transition, and it's just being clever. Like it's stacking, like I showed in a video. Like it's just all about stacking different transitions on top of each other, right? We have a match cut combined with this preset slide transition. like to do transitions with the audience. Can't even tell it was a cut. Yeah, like match cuts. Talking about motion blur in Premiere. Premiere. I don't know, man. You can easily add motion blur in Davinci. Optical flow. Vector motion blur. Now you have oh. There you go. Now you have motion blur. Side by side comparison. And that's in the free version of DaVinci Resolve. If you have the paid one, there is a blur effect, motion blur. It looks a little bit more realistic because you have that duplication that's faded out but smeared. How do I share things with you? Yeah, Discord. It is 6:30. I think I'm gonna get off and take my dogs out, eat some grits, I think, and then go to the gym. Oh God, this dude's looking at me with poop eyes. This dude's got a poop. Well, thank you everybody for stopping by the stream. I really appreciate it. I'll, yeah, if you're not a part of the Discord, it's in the description. Feel free to join that. I don't have a stream scheduled, but I'm trying to like think of one, put it together. Anyways, I will catch you in the next one. Everybody, have a good night. Have a good day. Goodbye.